learning and pleasure. We have with us with the Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Ms. Anita Karwalji. And I would like to welcome ma'am and thank you for giving time for this webinar. Director NCERT has joined, and I will request him to formally give the welcome address.
Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Good morning, madam, and all the dignitaries and all those who are joining us online and offline. I welcome you all. Respected Madam Anita Karwalji, Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Government of India, Shri Manish Gargji, Joint Secretary, Professor Suniti Sanwal, Coordinator of this program, all the speakers of the webinars, heads of the autonomous organizations, joint directors, deans, principals of RIs, faculty members of NCERT, teachers, administrators, parents, and ladies and gentlemen who are connected to us. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you into today's webinar on reading for learning and pleasure. Various initiatives have been taken by the Ministry of Education under the able leadership of Madam Karwal to promote the culture of reading. Initiating 100-day reading campaigns was one such initiative which was initiated on January 1st, 2022. As a part of reading campaign, this webinar is being organized. We have eminent international as well as national experts who will be sharing their vast knowledge and expertise from the field. The topic of today's webinar becomes very crucial as children in our country are not being able to read up to their grade level. Learning to read is not just about being able to read words, but more importantly to understand what they are reading. Comprehension has to be central in the process of reading. When children learn to read at an early age, they tend to have greater general knowledge, a wider range of vocabulary. They become more fluent readers and tend to have improved attention spans and better concentration. Additionally, early reading ignites creativity, sparks curiosity, and stimulates the imagination in young children. Reading early not only improves one's focus and memory, but also helps to develop empathy, problem solving, and communication skills in young children. It becomes pertinent in the present context to know what is cognitive neuroscience, informing us about the development of reading and writing abilities in children. We need to understand what are the pedagogies which are age appropriate, experiential, and joyful rather than being mundane and boring for children, and what are the innovative practices being used in the field, and how can reading difficulties be identified early to help children. Different sessions in the webinar touch upon these important concerns. I hope you all will be highly benefited by today's session. I once again welcome all of you and hope that we will have a very fruitful deliberations throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for these opening remarks and very pertinent remarks. So I'll just give a brief about what this program is. So and I would also like to welcome the participants from the states and the large number of participants who are joining us through YouTube, including the schools, the students, the teachers, parents, and other stakeholders, of course, the states and district educational administrators and academicians. I welcome them all. Basically, this program has been designed in view of the huge importance of reading that we are realizing. As everyone is aware, there were some disruptions in the schooling during the COVID pandemic. And when the schools started opening, ministry realized that the focus has to be on reading. And reading is what actually facilitates learning and learning in the later grades. So the ministry instituted this 100 days reading campaign, which was launched on 1st of January and is expected to go till 10th of April in most of the states. Of course, there is some flexibility with the states to carry it further. The reading campaign has been designed in a very simple manner. There are weekly activities which are to be conducted. They can be conducted either at home or at the school with the help of teachers and parents. And they run from Balvatika to grade 8. So children have been classified into 3 groups. From Balvatika to grades 2, grade 3 to 5, and grades 6 to 8. So as you're aware, the National Education Policy talks about the importance of the foundational literacy. And reading is an important aspect. Reading with comprehension is an important aspect of learning. And this reading campaign will definitely help in opening the world of reading to the children, expose them to various aspects of learning and reading, how to develop the reading capabilities and how to develop understanding. At the same time, in a very joyful manner, so that they enjoy the reading and it becomes a lifelong habit for them and is not treated as a burden or anything. So this 100 days reading campaign was started, and we have seen huge participation and very enthusiastic participation from the children in this campaign. In this context, we thought we should organize, and as per the guidance of Secretary Ma'am, we have organized this webinar on reading for learning and pleasure. So what we are saying is reading is not only is both for learning and for pleasure, and it should develop like a lifelong habit. And in this webinar, we have planned to take some experiences from the states as well as the various nuances of reading from the experts we will be looking at throughout the day. And I'm sure that this webinar will be very useful in instilling this culture of reading that we are trying to promote in the country. So with these words, I once again welcome everyone, and I will now request, we are having some presentations from the states also who have done very good work and some innovative practices in this reading campaign. But before that, I will request our worthy Secretary Ma'am to kindly give the address. Ma'am.
Thank you, Manish, and very good morning to all of you from NCERT, states, UTs, my colleagues, SCRTs, all the teachers, etc., who have joined us today. I'm very glad that you're keeping this workshop. I'm not very sure that if any state has ever kept a workshop on reading. Reading is something which, after 2017 NAS, we have all begun to realize. Of course, it was always there. The evidence and research was always there, but the realization has struck us very hard that this is the foundational skill for all learning to take place at all stages from school to higher education. So though it is at the national level, I'm really hoping that subsequently the states will also take a cue from this and have reading workshops, not just at the state level, but at the district, block and cluster level. Understanding that reading is important is really important for the teachers and the parents and the students. Now, along with reading, I have a few points which I would like to mention. My first point is that along with reading, comprehension is important. So if a child is reading without comprehension, we know of a lot of cases where children are able to read backside, ulta pulta sab padh sakte hain, but they do not understand. So along with reading, We have to focus on comprehension. Second thing is we need to understand that unless the child begins the reading in the language known to the child is not going to comprehend. So these two are very closely linked. So if we expect a child in grade 1 to start reading English with comprehension without having that background at home or having understood the language, then the child is not reading with comprehension. So all states need to understand this, that we need to have the child's language as the bridge language to teach reading. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. The third thing I want to mention is, it is important that books are available to the child. Now, we are funding Samagra Shiksha through Samagra Shiksha Library. And we have been insisting that we want to know whether in schools the library is actually being used. My idea of a successful library system in a school is that not a single book should remain unborrowed. And when the child has borrowed the book and brings back the book, every child should be able to give a communication either orally or in writing or in both to the class or to the teacher as to what they have learned from the book, what they have understood from the book. Only then a library facility is considered successful. So all kinds of books need to be made available. I want to mention some categories of books and categories of reading. So the categories should include, of course, the textbooks are there. And I suggest that in your library, you should keep all the grade-wise textbooks also. A child of class 1 or 2 may be a gifted child and may want to read textbooks of class 4 or 5. So that child should have access to those textbooks also. Then you need to have all your workbooks in your library. You need to have storybooks, a lot of storybooks, a lot of comic books. I am going to particularly emphasize on joke books, grade appropriate joke books. There is nothing like a sense of humor to get the child engaged to reading. So, and also we must understand that to be able to have a sense of humor is actually the highest order of thinking. It is a critical thinker only who is able to have a sense of humor. So therefore, it is really important to have these joke books. Then you need to have newspapers. So suppose a school does not have access to more than a newspaper. Maybe the school should write its own newspaper. Maybe once a week or twice a month or once a month, whatever suits the school, even handwritten newspaper. And the school should have a wall magazine on which the newspaper should be exhibited, because they may not be able to print it because of lack of resources. But a wall magazine is a very good place to have a newspaper of the school. The school should also have a lot of, letter writing is a bygone art when we consider postcards and jo inland letter hota tha. But letter writing continues in some form or the other on online. Therefore, the formats of letter writing, this is something which we must tell our children. How to write a list, for example. I remember going to a school a long time back in Gujarat, and the class 1 teacher showed me with so much pride how the children of the class make lists, the grocery lists for their parents, the list of all the equipment that their father needs in the farm or in the land, if the father is tilling the land. What is the list of children who have fallen sick in the last 1 month? All kinds of lists she would get them to prepare. You know, it's an excellent way of teaching children, language, reading, etc., spellings and things like that. So we need to actually do a lot of writing, reading with comprehension and communication, oral as well as written. All this will work the best if there is a lot of peer activity. Again, peer activity and peer learning is the highest form of learning, well researched, well evidenced. It is better, it is considered better than learning through teachers. So in peer activity, if a child reads something and explains to the other child, that is the best way of learning. The child is also learning, the others are asking questions, and he has to go back and learn about it and come back and explain. And aside from that, the activity of doing work together, reading books together, telling each other, this book is great, read it, this is the thrill, I won't tell you the end, please go and read it, etc. I also want to request all of you to do a lot of convergence. So I'm sure you're aware that every Gram Panchayat is supposed to have a library. It is being funded by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. And they are allowed to have any kind of books age appropriate. So they can have books for 5-year-olds, they can have books for 80-year-olds. Now this is an area of convergence that all states must look at very, very actively. So suppose your own library is very small, through the 15th Finance Commission, through the Panchayati Raj funds, you can actually go ahead and have a very good library in the Gram Panchayat. Then there is a library called the NDL, National Digital Library. So if you go to ndl.org.in, you will find close to 65 to 70 lakh books of all ages for all categories. There are books for medical, engineering, coaching, etc., to storybooks for children, textbooks of children, etc. Now that is one place where we also in our Sarthak, if you have seen, we have said that we will sort of work with NDL to ensure that a lot of more grade appropriate books in more languages are put there. But the states are also free to contact NDL to see what suits you, what does not, and how you can use NDL. Then the next thing is online content. I have been saying very often, and I want to say this again, that Diksha is a platform that we offer you, we host it, we fund it. But you have your own vertical and you can put there whatever you want in your own languages, regional languages, etc. Do use Diksha. Diksha is free, it is open source, it is available through Diksha app. And children have now pretty got used to this in the whole country for using Diksha. Then with regard to the reading campaign, I wanted to mention that no state should do it for less than 100 days. So because 10th April is the last date, as Manish mentioned, there is a lot of flexibility. Some of you did not reopen schools till February. So you must continue till May or June, whatever, the 100 days, whenever you started from that day to the 100 days. And the weekly activities, you can actually locally contextualize them also. My suggestion to all of you is that on the 100th day of the reading campaign, that is 10th April for some, and maybe for others it could be other dates. Call the parents and do a class-wise demo of what the children have learned in the reading campaign. Only then there will be stakeholder involvement and parents will realize if there is a gap, there is no gap, or the children have learned, not learned, etc. So do a small workshop with the parents, a demo workshop, and let the children arrange it themselves. Let not the teachers say कि हम आज ऐसे करेंगे. Let the children decide. Even a class 1 child can decide कि हम क्या करना चाहते हैं. या हम इसको इस बच्चे को बोलेंगे ये पढ़ेगा, उस बच्चे को बोलेंगे ये activity, communication, tell a story, whatever. So I would suggest that you end your reading campaign with an event in the school, and which you will not direct the school as to what the event should be like. Let the children decide what it should be like and how long it should be. They could say हम सिर्फ 15 मिनट का करेंगे, fine with it. कोई कहेगा हम 2 घंटे का करेंगे, we are fine with it. It's up to the children and to the teachers. So I think with these words, I will stop here, and I wish you all the best for the success of this reading webinar, a very important webinar, and I hope we are able to take it now to the states and blocks, districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that deep insight into what reading is and how can we facilitate the reading activities, leading to learning and comprehension, as well as also showing us the roadmap for the future as to how to carry this forward. And we will request the states to carry it forward by having such campaigns and such webinars at their level also for a very deeper penetration. In fact, ma'am, I just give us some of the statistics. In the 100 days reading campaign, we have already we are in the 12th week, and the average participation in the week has been about more than 2 crore children have participated on an average, and the highest going up to 3.5 crores. So the participation has been quite good, and both at home and at school level. And even for this webinar, ma'am, about 8,000 people have joined it on YouTube already, and I'm sure that this number will increase. So there is a huge buzz and huge enthusiasm around the idea of reading. And in that context, some of the states have also done wonderful work. And we would, although other states have also done very good work, but for possibility of time, we have taken up 3 states who will be making their presentations. So first, and sharing their experiences and best practices. So first, I will request Madhya Pradesh to kindly address us and share their experiences. SPD Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Dhanraju is here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, Dhanraju, we can hear you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Ma'am, I'll be very brief, touching upon 4 important points. Ma'am, one is how what was the groundwork that we did, then how did we execute it, or still executing the overall program. Third, and very important thing is what we as administrator learned out of this program and our teachers learned out of this program. And fourth, and equally important, is how are we thinking to taking it forward. Ma'am, when the program started, we started with a massive campaign in all on all the platforms. We did a YouTube live with our teachers, with our CACs, BACs. We involved dads, we involved parents. Of course, the involvement of local governments was not possible during that time because elections were declared. At some point later, they were put at abeyance, but we did have very fruitful participation by local self-governments, which anyway we will be taking up in the next academic year. So next, what we did, ma'am, based on the base document that was provided by MOE, we prepared weekly WhatsApp posters. So as we all know, during lockdown, we created a digital WhatsApp groups. We have around 1 lakh WhatsApp groups in the state, which are still active. So we utilized that platform and reached out to parents, students, teachers with these weekly posters. Ma'am, one happy thing that I wanted to share was we had procured wonderful books from National Book Trust and CIL out of the library grant. And as happens elsewhere, when we started the campaign, we found that many bundles were yet to be unboxed. So that was the massive campaign that we ran to just get them unboxed and make the children to get the touch and feel of new books. So then, ma'am, you mentioned one thing. I'll put it in a slightly rustic way. You mentioned that every book should be issued and every book should be utilized. So we said ki by any book without its spine broken and the edges not folded, dog-eared, उसका कोई value नहीं है. तो कमर टूटा हुआ और कान मोड़ा हुआ किताब है तो उसका कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. So we said कि every book, I mean there is an hesitation among the teacher कि सब फाड़ देंगे. We said the books are meant for reading. Their spine should be broken. वो होना चाहिए. So that is one thing, the attitudinal change that we tried to bring in, and it had a very positive impact. Now, big learning out of the entire program after going through the document, preparing state-specific weekly plans, we realized even NCERT and the administrator, SPD including, we realized that the same set of books can be utilized in multiple ways. See, as basic as choose your favorite fruit, choose your favorite flower, pick up a book on that, to graduating towards a theme-based reading. Document is fantastically designed, and we try to implement to the full extent. I don't say we have been able to implement it to the letter spirit, but we have tried to capture the essence of the entire program. Then, ma'am, there are a couple of things which have been practiced by individual teacher, like poetry in motion, or sitting in circles and starting with a line and continuing the story. But the beauty of this program is there is a kind of institutionalization of the entire activity, which would give teachers also some idea. Say, for example, teacher has, ma'am, in upper primary, we procured from both NBT and the CIL around 251 books. So out of those books, based on this, we identified that these books can be started with favorite hero or favorite characters. So we gave some suggestions. Of course, ultimately that has to come from teachers and students. So that was one thing. And I also want to mention, ma'am, you made a very pertinent point that the array of books should be varied. In fact, Principal Secretary ma'am made us to sit and prepare a composition of books. What should be the composition of biographies, fiction, jokes, like general reading kind of thing. And in secondary grades, some good translations, some original authors. So we prepared the entire composition of books for procurement, ma'am. So we did that exercise also. Ma'am, you also mentioned the local language. So we invited parents, we invited local elders to come to schools and tell the stories from their own community. Ma'am, it was a huge success. We have documented it, and probably we will be publishing collection of stories collected out of these interactions with village elders. And probably NBT is also keen to publish the stories we collect out of this exercise. So finally, on 21st of February, ma'am, on Mother Tongue Day, it was a huge campaign. Mostly, it was attended by public representative in one of the districts. Rajya Sabha MP attended the program, and the stories were read in 10 languages, ma'am, in Madhya Pradesh. So that was all what we have done, ma'am. So next year onwards, I mean, of course, we have to run such campaigns. But ma'am, I have asked my team to build it into the academic calendar over the entire academic year, so that we can build the culture of reading, then coming back, discussing, role play, there are so many suggestive activities, interview of author, interview of character, twist the end, so many activities. So we have already started, building the entire set of activities into our academic calendar next year. So that's all from Madhya Pradesh, ma'am. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dan Raju, for that brief and very to the point input. What has been done by the state and the innovations that have been done, especially with respect to the calling the elders and listening to their stories and documenting their stories, and the idea of getting those stories published as well. I think that's quite wonderful. And I think the week that saw the maximum participation, 3.5 crores, was also the week in which the Mother Tongue Day fell. So that shows the enthusiasm of the people at large about the mother tongue and the local languages and how they can contribute in that. Next speaker, I will invite from Chhattisgarh, the State Project Director, Shri Narendra Dubey, to kindly give his remarks and share his experiences.
नमस्ते सर, नमस्ते मैम। मैम, छत्तीसगढ़ में मुख्य रूप से बच्चों की भाषाई कौशल और विकास के लिए जो कार्यक्रम 100 गीत का चलाया गया, उसमें विशेष रूप से बच्चों को कहानी पढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित किया गया, जिसमें रुचि, अनुवाद, स्पीड को समझकर उसको पढ़ने और उसका व्याख्या करने के लिए इस पर ध्यान दिया गया। इसके लिए कहानी उत्सव का आयोजन किया गया। दूसरा 100 दिन का पठन अभ्यास के लिए जो डोपी भारत सरकार से प्राप्त हुए थे, उसके अनुसार भाषाई गणित कौशल को फोकस बनाकर स्थानीय इनपुट, स्थानीय कार्यक्रम स्थानीय तरीके से तैयार करके किया गया। इसका जो मैदानी स्तर पर है, जो शालाओं में है, काफी अच्छा प्रभाव रहा है। इसको आगे चल के और बेहतर करने में सबको फायदा मिलेगा। 100 दिन के अभियान में 14 सप्ताह का जो कार्यक्रम तैयार करके भेजा गया था, वो सुझावात्मक था और प्रत्येक सप्ताह अलग अलग बिंदुओं पर फोकस करके कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गतिविधि का विस्तार शिक्षकों को प्रति सप्ताह अग्रिम रूप से दिया जाता है। सामग्री देते हुए गतिविधि बैंक के रूप में तैयार कर शाला को उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। विकास खंड स्तर पर भाषा गणित के लिए तीनों स्तर के बच्चों के लिए अलग अलग प्रोफेशनल लर्निंग कम्युनिटी का गठन किया गया है और स्थानीय सामग्री, स्थानीय तरीके से गणित के विकास के लिए लगातार शालाओं में सीधे नियमित रूप से उपलब्ध कराने की व्यवस्था की जा रही है। सर, जैसे कि हमारा स्थानीय भाषा है, लाइब्रेरी है, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक लगातार एक कहानी तैयार करने के लिए स्थानीय जो स्तर की कहानियां हैं, स्थानीय स्तर की बोलियां हैं, इसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया गया। काफी प्रयास किया गया नीचे स्तर से, खास करके ग्रामीण स्तर से, ग्रामीण स्तर के टीचर के जो समुदाय के लोग हैं, उनसे कहानियों का संग्रहण करके किताब कहानी का बुक प्रिंट कराकर सबको उपलब्ध कराएगा। इसी के साथ जो लाइब्रेरी के लिए किताबों का चयन है, जो हमारा मुस्कान लाइब्रेरी है, उसके लिए बुक्स का चयन बहुत ही सावधानी पूर्वक से और इसका अप्रोच जो स्थानीय शिक्षक है और समुदाय के लोग हैं, इसके साथ ऐसे किताबों का चयन किया गया जिसे रुचिकर हो और लोग बच्चे पढ़ सके। प्रोफेशनल लर्निंग कम्युनिटी के माध्यम से प्रत्येक विकास खंड स्तर पर शिक्षक के साथ ऑनलाइन क्षमता विकास कार्यक्रम किया जा रहा है। इसमें एक अच्छा चीज हमारे राज्य में जो कर रहे हैं कि प्रत्येक सप्ताह से 6 जो बेस्ट शिक्षक हैं, उनको साला नायक के रूप में उनको वेबसाइट में अपलोड करते हैं। उसको देखकर बाकी टीचर्स प्रोत्साहित होते हैं और उनसे प्रतियोगिता करके उसे बेस्ट करने के लिए लोग प्रयास करते हैं। 100 दिन के अभियान में बेहतर कार्य करने वाले शिक्षकों का वीडियो मंगाकर अपलोड किया जा रहा है। बच्चों को सीखने के लिए खिलौना के माध्यम से लगातार वेबिनार कर रहे हैं, कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं। माताओं को उन्मुखीकरण करने के लिए अंगना में शिक्षा कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं। इसका फायदा ये हो रहा है कि जो बेस्ट मदर है उनको भी उधर पुरस्कृत कर रहे हैं, जिससे जो माताएं हैं अपने बच्चों को 3-4 माताएं मिलके ना, जो आसपास के बच्चे रहते हैं उनको पढ़ाने में उसको मदद मिलता है। कक्षा 3 से 5 तक के बच्चों को गणित सिखाने के लिए सरल कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। विकासखंड शिक्षा अधिकारी के माध्यम से विकासखंड में 5 कार्यदल गठन किया गया है। प्रत्येक ब्लॉक में 5-5 कार्यदल गठन किया गया है। ये लगातार मॉनिटर करते हैं कि शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता में सुधार हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही। ग्रीष्मकाल अवकाश की भी हमारे कटौती की गई है। कहानी उत्सव का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। लाइब्रेरी के उपयोग के लिए जैसा कि मैम का भी निर्देश है कि उसका सही उपयोग हो जाए, कि बच्चे किताब ले जा रहे हैं, नहीं ले जा रहे हैं, उसको पढ़ रहे हैं, इसको मॉनिटरिंग करने के लिए भी हम लोग लगातार प्रयास करते हैं। बस ये मुख्य चीजें ये हमारे साथ डॉक्टर सुनील जी और बिल्कुल
धन्यवाद दुग्गल जी आपके वक्तव्य के लिए। आपने बड़ा अच्छा ये बताया कि क्या ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्या क्या आप लोग कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं जिससे कि ये रीडिंग को और बढ़ावा मिल सके और लिटरेसी को प्रमोट किया जा सके। नाउ आई विल रिक्वेस्ट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फ्रॉम तेलंगाना, डायरेक्टर NCERT, Ms. Radha Reddy, to kindly give her presentation.
Good morning, ma'am and all the other participants. We started the Enjoy and Develop program, that is the READ program. So before we launched the program, the state core team had been constituted, and with the resource persons and Samagra Shiksha officials and NCERT resource persons and the NGOs. And we went and discussed the present status of children and prepared the guidelines for implementation and disseminated the guidelines to the field level. And we launched the 100-day campaign program from February 5th, which on the auspicious day of Vasant Panchami. And 26,000 schools have participated and are participating in the READ program. These are few of the clippings and the photographs from the program, ma'am, during the launch. So the objective of the programs that every child should become an independent reader and reading should be an habit, and to achieve class-specific learning outcomes related to reading ability of the concerned class.
Please keep moving the slides also if you are doing
Yes,
the
sir, we are moving, sir.
Okay.
So all the teachers are a part of this program, the school headmasters, the complex headmasters, and we involve the parents, community, NGOs, and awareness programs were conducted for all the stakeholders, and we ensured that library books are accessed to all the children. One library period was allotted to all the classes in schools, and the library committees have been constituted with 5 children per committee to maintain the books and issue the books. Every Saturday reading competitions were conducted to encourage the children. And once in a month, Patanotsav, that is the reading festival, has been conducted to demonstrate the children's performance to the parents in the community to enable the children to become fluent readers.
Your slides are not moving, at least I cannot see it moving. Can anybody see it moving?
Ma'am, we are moving it, ma'am.
Now for the first time it has moved. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Then we conducted the Granthalaya Varotsavalu, that is a library festival from 14th to 21st February, ma'am. On the last day of the 21st, that is 21st February, we conducted the Matrubhasha Dinotsavam, the mother tongue day, in all the schools. Story writing competitions were conducted with the help of Sahitya Academy, and nearly 2 lakh children have participated and they wrote their stories in mother tongue. Core groups have been constituted at the mandal level for monitoring, and regular reading activities were also designed, and keywords were identified from the topic. These are few of the photographs, ma'am. Individual reading, paired reading, and group reading were a part of all these activities. Then for reading strategies and book reading in the library, group reading was done by the lead teacher, student leader, and pairing was done. We have given 3 days for mother tongue, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 days for English, Thursday and Friday, and 1 day for the third language on Saturday. We have involved large number of NGOs. A few of the NGOs are Bread Society. We have a Room to Read, and we also involve the Telangana Sahitya Academy, which is a department. Then extensive monitoring has taken place of the program. And we'll be continuing for the next academic year also, because we started a little late, ma'am, that is on 5th February. And this also would be a part of a regular program, ma'am. These are few of the photographs. Library books were given, and it was a huge success, and we have collected a large number of books from the donors as well as from the NGOs. So the best thing is children started reading books even during the lunch hours and after the school hours also, with the motivation from the teachers and the community. Ma'am, I just spoke about the Granthalaya Varotsavalu, the library week. This is all regarding that, ma'am. Many of the districts, they organized the book fairs. Karimnagar district had organized a large book fair, and collectors, joint collectors, and all the other stakeholders of the present in the districts also participated in a very active way. These are few of the photographs, ma'am. So we'll be continuing this in the next academic year also, ma'am, as I told earlier. Ma'am, that's the end, ma'am. Thank you.
Manish, we can proceed now.
So, ma'am, I think we have come to the end of this program. So, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, madam, for giving us so much time from your busy schedule, and also for highlighting the need for comprehension, for using the child's language as a bridge, for highlighting the need for availability of books, and you also highlighted a number of different kinds of reading material that can be included in the classrooms. You also emphasized the peer learning and the need for oral and written communication, and also for having convergence with other departments like Panchayati Raj and use of technology and Diksha platform. And so, madam, thank you so much for all your innovative ideas and leadership, and under your able guidance, I think the whole country has started seeing a change in these initiatives. I thank Shri Manish Garg for emphasizing the genesis of this program and also highlighting the initiatives. I also like to thank all the three representatives from different states who shared their work and the kind of initiatives taken by them. And so I thank all of you for this, and I also thank Director NCERT for guiding us throughout and for his time for this program. And at the end, I just want to close by saying that there is no such thing as a child who hates to read. There are only children who have not found the right book. So thank you one and all, and immediately after this we proceed to the technical session 1, which will be chaired by Shri Manish Garg, and we have two speakers, Ms. Pooja Nakamura, who's from American Institute of Research, and Ms. Kirti Jairam from Organization for Literacy Program. So thank you, madam, and thank you all, and over to you, Manish, sir.
Thank you, Suniti, and thank you, Manish. I will be going out now. I have some other appointments. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving time for this webinar. We'll continue during the day, and thank you to NCERT and Suniti ji also, and also to our team, Tashi Sharma, who is the director in the ministry, who along with Suniti ji have put together this reading campaign and the reading webinar that we are hosting today. So thanks to the entire team, ma'am, and thank you especially to you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So we can start with the next session.
Yes, sir. We start with the next session, and so I would like to introduce the chairperson for today. So he actually needs no introduction. Manish Garg is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Education. He is the Mission Director for Nipun Bharat, and all the work related to foundational literacy and numeracy is being done under his able leadership. So I welcome you, sir, for this technical session, and I would request you to take the session forward.
Thank you, Suniti ji, for that introduction. And in this first session of the webinar, we have two very eminent speakers, Ms. Pooja Nakamura from American Institute of Research and Ms. Kirti Jairam from Organization for Early Language Literacy Promotion. So Ms. Pooja Nakamura is a principal researcher in the International Development Division at the American Institute for Research, and she's having more than 15 years of experience leading research, evaluations, and assessments on foundational literacy development, especially in bilingual and multilingual context. She also has extensive experience in designing foundational literacy programs and curricula in linguistically diverse educational settings. And she's currently directing the language and literacy studies in different countries, including India, and also conducting an evidence synthesis across some countries. So over to you, Pooja, and she will be speaking on an overview of latest researches in reading. So over to you.
Great, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Can you see the screen and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So namaste and good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Pooja Reddy Nakamura. I'm going to be sharing a little bit today about a general overview of the global research in reading and how that could be applied and help support all the initiatives that are being taken in India around improving foundational literacy. So just to give a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about today, first I would like to talk about why does reading research matter at all, and then talk about what is reading comprehension, as Secretary Ma'am was talking about already earlier. Reading is one thing, reading comprehension is another thing, and the focus on what is it, can we define it and talk about what it is, and then talk a little bit about the global research on reading and teaching reading to bilingual and multilingual children, and then applying that research to foundational literacy improvement package. What happens in the classrooms, what happens to teachers if we are able to apply that research into a package, and then some final concluding thoughts. So why is reading research important? Why do we even need to talk about theories? Why do we even need to talk about models of reading and research? Why is this critical? Reading is something everybody does, right? We learn to read. It's not rocket science. If they have enough books, if they're reading, children will learn to read. Yet, there is a global reading crisis. We were in a state of crisis for literacy development in low and middle income countries, even prior to the pandemic, with more than half the children at grade 5 not being able to read a grade 2 text. So this was already in a state of crisis prior to the pandemic. Now we're reaching a point where maybe up to 70% of the children in coming years will not be able to read at grade level. So one of the key things about thinking about how to have an effective reading strategy, a reading program, a reading intervention, we turn to the science of reading and the reading research. Because what do we need? When we have limited resources, when we have complex bilingual and multilingual environments, how do we decide which skills, for how long should we teach that skill? In what languages should we teach bilingual and multilingual children? How do we teach Akshara languages versus alphabetic languages? Once we're literate, we know that there are differences and that we just need to get fluent and be able to read. But which skills in those languages should we be teaching? For a long time, there's been an over-reliance on monolingual and alphabetic reading research in the field. So it really begs the question of how applicable is that research, and what else do we need to understand when we're learning non-alphabetic scripts, when we're learning in bilingual context, when we're learning in complex urban situations of multilingualism in low-income communities. How do we choose those languages? So helps us focus limited resources onto the right skills in the right languages at the right time and explain that. And let's talk about the theory and the models a little bit. So what is reading? When we think of reading, standing up and sounding out something. I don't want us to think about how fast and how many words the child can say. I want us to think about understanding the meaning of printed words. So ultimately what the child needs to do is to be able to look at a text and be able to learn from it, to be able to not only decode the words or sound out the words, but to be able to extract information and meaning from these printed and written words. And that is a complex, multi-dimensional, multifaceted, integrated process that changes over time. So when a child is very young, that could be just learning to read. As the child gets older, that's reading to learn and acquiring new knowledge, integrating with background knowledge, and learning. Reading requires two main skills. Both are required, neither is sufficient alone. So one is, which is the ability to sound out the words, and the other is the oral language comprehension. And as has been mentioned in the beginning, in the inaugural session, and has been said many times, this is where language plays a part with the fluency of the decoding skills. So I want to briefly share multiple different models of reading comprehension or theories of reading comprehension, this basic reading comprehension. And what you'll see is that almost all of them are saying the exact same thing, that if you want reading comprehension in any language, you need two main pillars for the child to be supported in their ability to reach reading comprehension. So that is language comprehension. So if you're teaching a child to read in a language they don't understand, that's already one pillar gone, the child will not learn to read. And the other is decoding or word recognition. So this is the processing of the letters in the script into being able to make sounds from the written word, the written letters. The language comprehension is to make meaning out of this. This was originally called the simple view of reading in the late 80s, and this has now been adapted by the same authors, Westover and Tanma, into what's called the cognitive foundations of reading acquisition. So this is the foundation of what it takes for the child to be able to learn to read. So this can be converted then into programs, assessments, into our determination of what skills are important to measure and to teach. And this you'll see now is a thread that is throughout several different models of reading comprehension. So if you look at this other model of reading comprehension where it's looked at as a building, then the pillars that hold up this building of reading comprehension are word reading or decoding and listening comprehension. Now, each of these have their own sub-skills, language and cognitive skills, vocabulary, grammar, and multiple other skills. And if you see right on top, there's reading fluency. Now, reading fluency is kind of the glue that stitches these two things together. It's the speed, automaticity, and the effort required to do these things. But these two things remain universal components of reading comprehension. But they have to become quick in order for you to be able to read with comprehension. Now, if you look at another one, which is called the Balanced Literacy Diet from Toronto's OISE, you see the same thing. You have the oral language and you have the reading comprehension. They need to come together for reading comprehension. And this is, you can take any model of reading comprehension that is out there, and it's the same thing. It has to become increasingly strategic, increasingly automatic, but it's the same two ropes, the same two pillars, the same two components. Without one, you will not have reading. So a focus only on, let's say, word recognition, phonics, decoding, or a focus only on whole communication, speak, neither will work unless you put them together into a balanced, automatized process of reading comprehension. That's how the child gets to skilled reading comprehension. Now, there is a model called the Big Five, which is from the National Reading Panel in the United States, which has been converted into some things called EGRA, which is the Early Grade Reading Assessment, and multiple other components, which has the same 5 ideas: phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. I just want to highlight that one of the important things here is that it's based on English. This one is really focused on phonemic awareness as opposed to what we'll talk about now, which is really phonological awareness across languages. So, and this also doesn't show the relationship between the 5. So just wanted to highlight that because it is a popular model. Now, what I think is a very interesting and important way of looking at foundational literacy in the Indian context, focusing on reading comprehension, looking at the role of oral language comprehension and decoding under reading comprehension, and then under oral language comprehension, oral vocabulary, linguistic knowledge that includes grammar, syntax, phonological skills, and for decoding, you need the orthographic knowledge. So these sub-skills build up to the larger skills, build up to reading comprehension. So these are just to understand when we say reading comprehension, we mean reading comprehension. We mean reading and comprehending with the ultimate goal being understanding what's on the page, not sounding it out. So now that we've covered that a little bit, I want to go into what makes reading in different languages different. What are the differences? We talked about the universal pillars. Now what makes reading in different languages different? Why should the state take different approaches? Why should countries take different approaches? Why should communities take different approaches, and should they? So here we go to understanding the language specifics. So one key component around language specifics is phonology. So phonology, what is it? It's the way sounds are organized in a particular language. So this ability to hear and identify and manipulate sounds is one of the most significant predictors in all languages. That's why we have jolly phonics. That's why we have phonics approaches. That's why we have decoding. Because that understanding of the sounds in a particular language is one of the most important things a child needs to learn to read. However, the size or the level of this phonological awareness is different across different languages, meaning we need to be able to teach at that level and to really fine-tune our teaching to the phonology of that language. So just to give some examples, in English, there are 3 levels of importance. So there is syllable awareness, which is if you can see the word Amsterdam and be able to say there are 3 syllables in that, Amsterdam, or caterpillar. And then you go to onset rhyme, which is very English specific, cat, to be able to say k versus at, and to be able to rhyme cat and bat. These are all onset rhyme awareness strategies. And phoneme awareness. Now, phoneme is used nowadays globally, but it's really quite alphabetic driven. So phonemic awareness is for languages that have phonemes, where, for example, there's cat is actor. That's phoneme awareness. Now, when we look at most of the Indian languages, it's a different type of phonology system that works. So we have phoneme plus schwa. So we have the, with the sound the, which is not ah, but there is a schwa or an inherent vowel there. So how do we determine what the first sound is in a word? How do we do rhyming with phoneme plus schwa? And how is that different across languages is a very critical point here. And there's also dual syllable and phoneme awareness. And again, research has shown over and over again that the child needs to be able to identify the phonemes within the syllable. So within dra, they need to be able to do the r. Within tma, the t, ma, ah. So this is very critical difference in how phonics and phonology works in different languages. Now, we go from there to orthography. So now we were doing the sounds. The next important thing is, how do these sounds map to the writing system? That becomes very important in determining how much time we take in teaching particular subskills. So if the language has phonemes or letters, phoneme is mapping to letters, it's like English or Spanish or Hebrew, k, a, t. So this here you're down to the phoneme level. If you have only syllables, like in Japanese kana, you have only syllables. So these 2 syllables here on the right are tako. Ta is, there's nothing there that's ta and there's nothing there that's a, and there's nothing there that's ka and there's nothing there that's o. It's ta and ko. So the syllable is the unit. You can't break it down further. When we come to what's called alpha syllabic, which is used mostly in the Indic languages as well as in Ethiopian Fidel and Korean Hangul, then you have syllables, and within the syllables you have phonemes. So in the Kannada example here, you have ka, ki, kri. You remain at the syllable level, but the child has to be able to do phonemic in order to get it. So dual syllable phoneme programming is very critical. And then, of course, in East Asia, you have syllables with morphemes, where it's just a character with meaning and a syllable. So we'll skip that one. But that's a totally different approach that's needed there. Now, there's one more key factor about orthography, and that is called depth. So orthographic depth. And this is important because it tells you how important fluency is versus comprehension and how long you need to teach each one. So this is a degree of consistency between symbols and sounds. And I'm using the word symbol instead of letters because akshara, characters, they're all different symbol types. Now, Hindi and several Indian languages are more on the transparent or so-called shallow side. So when you look at ka will always be ka. La will always be la. There's no other sound. You can add matras to it, you can make it half, but it's always the same sound. So there's one-to-one mapping between sounds and symbols. So this is why you can see children in reading, as Secretary Ma'am said in the beginning, upside down, inside out, but not understanding sometimes, because they can learn the one-to-one correspondences between the sounds and symbols. English, on the other hand, is opaque or deep. So just one example here, you can think of any examples, but you see this, there is no way you have a one-to-one correspondence between the letters and the sounds. You don't say, and now, you have to really learn these words as sight words or whole words and understand rules, of course, but there's no one-to-one mapping between the sounds and the symbols. So this has critical implications, as I will show you. So just one example from India, in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh in 2011, when we did this research where we were looking at the degree to which children were reading with fluency and with comprehension. So if you look at the darker blue side, you can see that the children were reading with greater fluency in Kannada or Telugu, but with less comprehension. So they can read faster, more words, but they may not be understanding. But in English, like I said, if you see the word there or sentence, there are enough giraffes in the zoo. If you can read that fluently, you can comprehend it. But in Kannada or Telugu, if you can read it fluently, does not mean you can comprehend it. Always. I mean, they're related, but it does not always mean that. So what is the connection between reading fluency and reading comprehension and its relationship with orthographic depth is that you need to be able to comprehend. And if you have a transparent language, like we have in Indian languages, you cannot assume that the child is reading fluently in front of the classroom or reading fast, meaning that they're comprehending. And there's more and more research to show that this might be the case. So again, in the more transparent languages, sight words and familiar words are less important to teach and assess. Reading speed is less likely to predict comprehension. But in the more opaque languages, if you're teaching English or you're teaching another language which has more depth, then you have to spend more time teaching sight words and assessing them and familiar words, like enough, or one, O-N-E, all these basic words. And if you're reading with speed, which is what happens in the Dibbles assessment in the United States and where EGRA came from, then you are more likely to be able to read with comprehension. So this is an important distinction in understanding the language specifics and how we might want to adjust to the Indian context. Another important and final for this section is larger orthography. So basically, there are 26 alphabets in English, but there are more than 400 grapheme combinations, including the akshara in Kannada, for example. So this obviously takes longer for the decoding process to take place. Now there are independent consonants plus schwa. There are these phonemic diacritics that need to be learned. And then there are a number of phonemes within each syllable. So it takes longer to master basic decoding than it does in English. So you have to weigh out the fact that, yes, it's more transparent, but there are multiple symbols that need to be acquired. So we do need to be focusing on decoding skills up to a longer grade. So this is just the cognitive foundations quickly on the differences between languages and the global aspects of learning to read in different types of contexts. Now, quickly, I'll just touch on the global research on teaching bilingual and multilingual children to read, because as we know, this bilingualism and multilingualism is rampant in our country. And so how do we teach children in these contexts? What research do we have? What's the cutting edge on that? So I'm going to look at language mapping really quickly and language transitioning in different countries of the world, including research we did in India. So language mapping is really trying to understand the first language that the child should be learning, which is this mother tongue, should it be a local language? Should it be a language of wider communication? How is that different in different contexts? And language transitioning, which is, okay, now how do we become biliterate, multiliterate learners? Now they've learned in their mother tongue, if they've gotten there, or their local language. Now, what do we do and how do we think about biliterate, multiliterate learners? So the role of language in reading, I'm really glad to hear this thread throughout the sessions. Language is at the heart of learning. They're learning all things, numeracy, life skills, everything through language, but reading is even more deeply embedded in trying to understand how child learns. So there's widespread multilingualism across India and several other countries. So there's a need for evidence for determining the language of learning. So we always say, well, language of the community. What is the language of the community in an urban poor community in Bangalore? What is the language of the child in different types of mother tongue groups in different areas? So we also have this desire from states, from communities, from parents to have earlier and earlier introduction to English. There's both these happening because there's obviously a link between English and socioeconomic mobility. There's no doubt about it. We're all sitting here talking about this primarily in English. Now, there's a need to reconcile this tension between, empirically reconcile this tension, evidence-based reconciliation, not I know they can do it, my children did it, we did it, but what is the empirical basis for reconciling the tension between the need for mother tongue or local language longer with the demand for English earlier? How do we raise biliterate, multiliterate children? So quickly with this example in Mozambique, we did on research on how to determine what should be the first language. How many languages do children speak and how well? We try to actually count children as either monolingual children, bilingual children, or emergent bilingual children. Because you can't just say this child's language is X. Maybe a child has X and Y, maybe they have X and a little bit of Y. And in many contexts of India, they have X, Y, Z, and a little bit of A. So how do we actually talk about the languages they speak? Because if we want to teach children first in a language they speak, we need to know which language that is in different communities. So interestingly, we found major discrepancies between what the child said they could speak, what the census data and the community data said they had, and our language mapping data. So for example, the percentage of children who said they can speak 2 languages was almost half our sample. The percentage who actually could speak 2 languages according to our data was 8.5%. So deciding based on census or self-report data can become very tricky, just to show this. And we also were able to take that and map out the language they speak in different places. So this map here, the small one with red and blue dots, shows you the schools in red, half the children could not understand what the teachers would, what language the teacher was speaking in. And here, more than 80% of the children in the red schools could not understand what the teacher was speaking in. So do we really understand when we decide we want to go with Portuguese in Mozambique or English? How many children understand? Does the teacher even understand the language they're teaching in? And can we understand that from an empirical research point of view? Now, the other piece of this, I just give one example there. Now I'm moving to language transitioning, from language mapping research to language transitioning research. Transitioning now is from the mother tongue to the other tongue. Now, how are we going from whatever that local language is to English? We did research in India and in Ethiopia and in 6 language pairs. And we found for the first time that there is a threshold point of readiness. So there is a level to which the child needs to be able to learn to read in their first language in order for them to be able to transfer those skills to the second language. So if they don't have that threshold, they are unlikely to succeed in both languages. If they have that threshold, they're likely to succeed in both languages. So this is important because the shortest, fastest path to English is through the mother tongue and through an empirical level of the mother tongue. So we have to be able to determine what that level is and be able to apply that into teaching. So this is an important understanding of how do we decide when the child is ready for English in a context where they don't speak English to start. Okay, so this is really quickly the last piece, which is now applying this evidence. So I'll just give you a little snapshot of our AIR's Foundational Literacy Improvement Package, which we're calling FLIP, which takes some of these components of evidence from the global research from the 50s and 60s and 70s to the cognitive frameworks, and then applying it into our language mapping, language transitioning research, and a full teacher-focused package for classroom foundational literacy improvement. So the first component of this package is classroom-based reading assessments. So what is this? We need to start with data. What is the language level of the child? What is their decoding level? Which languages to teach it? So we start with some very simple teacher-focused classroom-based reading assessments. So the teacher immediately has a sense of where the child stands on the key reading skills. Then we take that and immediately link it to a full package of teaching activities. So data is data. If it just sits there and doesn't go anywhere to improving learning, then it doesn't help. So direct link. So literally the child says gets a smiley face or a sad face or a medium face, and the teacher will turn to page 32 if it's a smiley face. And directly link to, if the child gets a sad face, here are some activities you can do to support this group of children because they don't have the oral language, say, or they don't have the letter naming, or they don't have the dual akshara knowledge, whatever it is. So that will link back to the data and the teaching abilities. And a whole set of supplementary material guides that support this, because it's one thing to have the set of activities and then say, well, we don't have the books, we don't have the cards, we don't have the materials, but there's a whole set of materials and a whole set of ideas for how to develop materials with leaves, with sticks, with stones, with bottle caps, with other things that are very easily available in order to really get to the right cognitively appropriate literacy level that the child is at. And that picture is upside down, for example, to like get a sense even of concept of print for children who are coming in without even a concept of print. And this one is just, I also really appreciate the idea about humor. So children see this and they start to laugh. As Secretary Ma'am was saying in the beginning, that why is it upside down? Why are they walking on the roof? So you get into a sense of like, how do you get materials for the child that are based on the cognitive foundations of reading acquisition? And finally, a full support system for teacher training, modules, guides, coaches, supporting. How do you do classroom management when you're doing these assessments, all of that, so that it can kind of flow easily. So this is just one example of like, why do theories of reading research matter, and how do we convert that into actual models of teaching in the classroom? So just quickly to round out some final thoughts. We are in a deep and deepening reading crisis globally. And I'm saying deepening not to sound alarmist, but because of the pandemic and the learning losses that seem very, very clear. What this should force us to do is to sharpen our focus on improving quality, not just access, but quality. And so I'm very appreciative of this campaign right now on foundational literacy education and the focus that is given to sharpening the quality of foundational literacy and hopefully putting in the scientific basis of how to do that with limited resources. So reading, research, and science is at the core of that. That's how we determine, not because somebody thinks or somebody wants or somebody had in their own personal experience one way of learning to read, but there is a deep reading science base, and we need to keep building on this base so that we can recover from these learning losses and kind of help us navigate new uncharted territory with better evidence, as there are other things that might be natural disasters that strike, school shutdowns, teacher strikes. As we go through multiple different school shutdowns and issues with our educational system, how do we make it robust and resilient with evidence-based core? So I will stop there. Thank you very much. And
yeah, thank you, Pooja, for that extremely interesting presentation. It's always good to hear you, especially when you talk about the languages and the comparison between different language systems across the world, along with the examples and how the reading comprehension builds upon the basic foundation stones and pillars. Also, you have talked about the importance of mother tongue and how the mother tongue actually should be used as a bridge language to transition to the medium of instruction in the school or to English, whatever it is. Thanks for that. And I also like to tell everyone that Pooja has been associated with the foundational learning study that we recently conducted across the country, and has really contributed significantly to that development of that study. So thank you, Pooja. We'll go to our next speaker, who is Ms. Kirti Jairam. She'll be talking on reading intervention, research to practice. Ms. Jairam is currently director of the Organization for Early Literacy Promotion, which is working with the government primary schools to evolve pedagogies which are grounded and aim to build strong foundations for high quality learning within young children, especially from low literate and vulnerable communities. And they are also working through an MOU with the state government of Rajasthan. She has also been on the advisory panel for early literacy of Ministry and NCERT, along with some other national bodies. And she's having more than 30 years of experience in elementary education as a teacher, teacher educator, curriculum developer and researcher, and has a wide experience of working in multiple worlds and interacting with multiple practitioners across different contexts. So I welcome Ms. Kirti Jairam and request her to give her address and the presentation.
I would like to begin by thanking NCERT as well as my team and the teachers, the children, the government officials, and parents who have supported us. This work is spanning 15 years. We have worked inside. One of the things we do in OELP is working in the classrooms. So the team has worked in the classroom to develop. I will quickly run through some of the theoretical ideas that have and insights initially that have given us helped us to develop this program. And this program has evolved over, as I said, more than a decade. Oops. I need to go back. Do I do this? I'm going to show you a short video just to show you where our class 1 children have reached. Schools opened in October and this video was taken last week. This is class 1 in a rural village in Rajasthan. Just to give a very quick feel of the insights, the theoretical insights, one of the first things that we look at is how do children make inner connections. I think the previous speaker had talked about not just decoding, but also the meaning making. And the whole process, looking at this as a developmental process, which begins in early infancy, right from the child, when a child identifies a smile as representing a feeling, onto when they go on to looking at pictures as representing reality. In the same way, looking at symbols, written symbols that stand for sounds which can be combined to make spoken words. This is the meaning-making process that we have arrived at. So what does it mean to be literate? Being able to think independently, being able to make sense of what one sees reads, being able to articulate clearly through spoken, written, or pictorial forms. So what is our overall overarching theoretical framework? There's a lot of work that's been done in this field. So what are the influences that have impacted our work? The first one is that we have been influenced by the work that has been done on literacy being viewed as social practices, which are influenced by the context in which they occur. The second major influence is the shift from skill-based reading readiness approaches to the process-based, more developmental, emergent literacy perspectives. I will talk about these a little later in more detail. The third is the shift from deficit perspectives, which view gaps learning as gaps within learners, to looking at discontinuity theoretical perspectives which address the differences in the classroom. And how do you address classroom differences? One of the key things that we've learned over our 15-year journey is that the classroom is not a neutral space. It's a complex space. And how do we engage with it? And how do we address each learner? So some major insights. This is mainly from the Harvard Center on the Developing Child. Children learn with fullness when they experience emotional well-being. They need to feel welcome in the class. When they feel a positive self-concept, social competence, and a stimulating learning environment. Leading up from these are some of the questions that we had when we began. Very quickly, what are the natural ways in which children learn, and how can we facilitate these in the classroom? How can we make success achievable for each child? We found when we began and when we've spent time in classrooms, many children experience failure at a very young age, and nothing could be sadder than that because it impacts children for life. So how do we make success achievable? How do we bring ways of how do we connect ways of reading and writing to ways of being in the world, ways of talking, engaging in the wider world? So linking with children's experience. These were some questions that we began with and which have guided our work. What were our challenges? The first, of course, was the transition from home environment to school environment. Not purely in terms of literacy, but even in terms of many children come from homes which do not have a routine, which do not have, and they come into the unfamiliar, rule-bound world of school. And at many levels, we found these differences. Also, we are looking at a broad spectrum where we have children from elite schools as well as children from far-flung schools all coming together under one system. So how do we address this transition from home to school? This became a primary area of focus. The second was spoken to written. There's a lot of research done, Purcell Gates and many other people who have done research to show the transition from oral to written is not a natural transition. So how do we address this? When we have children who come from print-rich environments who pick up print concepts in their very early childhood, and then we have emergent writers who come into class 1 with absolutely no experience of written language or very little experience of written language. So how do we deal with this diversity? And the third is the home to school transition, which the previous speaker also laid on. These were our, so how do we address these challenges, and how did our program evolve? This program evolved organically through engagement in the classrooms in rural Rajasthan. Our focus was equipping children from diverse backgrounds with foundational learning and self-development. We found foundational learning is a precursor to foundational literacy and numeracy. It is building the skills for learning, and it's building the climate to facilitate. It's the soil on which foundational literacy and numeracy grow, and we feel this is a really vital component. The second, of course, is foundational, getting directly into building the program for foundational literacy and numeracy. The third is home language to school language. How do we build that into the program? And the last one is higher order thinking. How do we weave that in from day one when the little children come into school? So these were our focus areas. I'll just quickly run you through how did this translate, how did these theoretical ideas and insights translate into practice. So learning from a decade of classroom engagement and engagement with teachers, we realized it has to be very simple, it has to be doable. We cannot talk jargon with teachers, we have to make these ideas extremely simple. Everyone in our team has worked inside classrooms, and we have a saying amongst us that if you cannot do it in your own classroom, don't ask anyone else to do it. So do things that are doable. So begin with teachers' needs and available resources. What does the teacher want, and how do we build on that? Move on to learner needs, interests, and backgrounds. And finally, ensure flexibility. So you have a broad program, but how do we build in the flexibility to address different contexts? This was our challenge. Also, how do we make it scalable? It's fine for me to do it in a small thing, but how do we make it scalable? And we have, over the past few years, been working across 7 districts in rural Rajasthan. One of the things we found is to make a conceptually sound framework extremely simple. And this was a challenge. It took us time. But coming up with this hand, where we are doing reading, writing, listening, speaking simultaneously, but the thumb becomes the thinking. This is something that teachers have picked up beautifully. Because if you're listening, is the child listening with attention and thinking? Is the child reading with thinking? Is the child, and so on. We've had teachers come in, so we removed the thumb and we asked teachers, what are the things you can't do with the hand? The same way, if you remove thinking, what happens? It's all going over the head. So how do we bring in this thinking component? It's a transformational component. This is an idea that teachers pick up very well. And so we feel it's pretty effective. It's bringing in the theoretically sound practice. So out of all our work, we have now focused on 3 pillars for practice, for classroom practice. The first is building foundations for learning. The second is building foundations for reading, writing, and numeracy. I'm not going to focus on numeracy, but just because that's beyond the scope of this webinar. And the third is foundations for higher order thinking. All of this happens simultaneously. It is not linear. Let me go to foundations for learning. So foundations for learning, we have 2 broad components. The first is strengthening executive functions and self-regulatory skills. The second is creating a conducive learning environment inside the classrooms. We cannot expect children to be sitting on a desk in a classroom which is sterile and learn. So how do we make learning the learning environment? Let me go to the first one, strengthening executive functions and self-regulatory skills. We have again borrowed from the research done at the Howard University Center on the Developing Child for this. A lot of work has been done by then. We found it very useful. So getting children to learn to listen attentively, doing this in a planned way, I'm just giving you some examples. Getting children to stay on a task and complete it right from class 1, because we believe these are lifelong skills that equip children to become proficient learners. Learning children to self-correct and reflect on one's own learning, the metacognitive processes. Later in the presentation, you'll see how we do some of this. Question, think, arrive at logical conclusions. Work through multiple step tasks. All of this begins when children come into class 1. In fact, ideally, it should go even into preschool. The earlier ones were the executive functions. Now I'm coming to self-regulatory skills. Learn to respect and work with each other. Learn to analyze negative emotions in socially acceptable ways. Extremely important in our contemporary world. If I'm angry with someone, I don't just box them. How do I express my emotions? And when children learn this in the younger classes, it touches them for life. Share responsibilities. So this is one set of the foundational learning skills that we do, and we believe these are really important. The second set is creating a conducive learning environment inside the classroom in a low-cost, doable way. So how do we do this? So some of the indicators, the classroom has to be non-threatening, it has to be caring and respectful. It needs to respond to individual needs. Gradual and planned transition from home language to school language. Inclusive, extremely important. I'm going to spend a minute on this because we have children we are a very divided society, and children, by the time they come to school, class 1, already know their place in the social world. So we do this by beginning with names, because the name is the child's self. I will go into this a little later, but addressing inclusion and ensuring participation of all children is very important. The last one is balance between choice and structure. In our team, we call it Khulla par Vyavasthit. So we have a structure, a broad framework within which we allow choice and natural ways of learning. I will share this when we go to the next one. Second pillar is the foundations for reading and writing, which I'm going to focus on here. So again, we have two strands. As in the case of the previous presentation, building script, engaging with the script, and here I want to say we work primarily with languages and scripts that are based on the phonology of the Devanagari, which is an alpha syllabary. So the approach, the Vansamu approach that I'm going to share is basically for that group of languages and scripts. The second strand that we work with is engaging with planned classroom environments and daily read-alouds. Both streams happen simultaneously. The classroom practice of both, from day 1 in class 1, we are engaging with both. Both these have emerged through our actual engagement inside classrooms. So let's go into the Vansamu approach. Before that, what is our understanding of reading? I think very similar to what has been presented earlier. Reading is to do with the knowledge of words. That the skills that we are looking at is phonological awareness, or understanding the sounds and the sound symbol relationships, word recognition, and building vocabulary. Vocabulary spoken as well as written vocabulary. The reasoning, the comprehension. In our we believe that understanding is not enough. We need to go beyond. We need to understand and respond, reflect, think, reason. So, and write from class 1. So those connecting information, drawing inferences, relating to background information, all of that. So this is how we view reading. Coming to the one-sided approach. As the idea was to make decoding meaningful, something that learners can build an inner connection with. The underlying thinking here is the children need to understand that aksharas are symbols, sound symbols, which can be put together to create meaningful words. The children need to understand that reading and writing has something to do with me. Most that we worked with think reading and writing have something to do with soul, and we want to break that. No, it has to do with you, the words that you speak. The Devanagari is a beautiful script. It's a transparent script, and it is an alpha. The linguistic of the akshara is at the alpha syllable level, which is, but we did individual reading observations of 1,300 children in Delhi in 2007 and 8, and we found the most for the children was matras. We have the traditional Barakhadi where matras are not taken separately. Why am I saying? Let me explain. When we look at, for example, the word pani, water, the children hear the sound pa and ni, and they are able to, so the children hear the sounds and they put and make a word, and they draw a picture for the word. That's the meaning construction, a vital part of the Varn. Now, if you see the pictures that the children have drawn, their drawings, the drawn a nalka, a tap. Someone has drawn water, has drawn a river. There is a connection. The picture is the picture for that child. We do not cards with pictures on them because that picture is not the picture for the child. So it's very, this like Varnmala where E that the child hears in Pani. So I'll quickly take you through we found the traditional Barakhadi had too many symbols, so we were compelled to break it into 6 smaller groups with groupings of the Vyanjan, and some matras. This process was done with government school teachers over a period of 1 year. And the primary factor was one, the frequency of the word, the consonants, but also the groupings. I mean, the fact, let me take you to the first Varnsamu as an example. So these are the consonants, matra, and the swar and the vyanjan that we have in the first Varnsamu. This is, oops, sorry. This is how it is presented. We first introduce, especially in the beginning, the separate ka, pa, ma, la as separate so that children learn to engage with the sounds. Then we have the akshar chart where we are doing the combinations. This akshar chart and its recitation, the children learn to recognize the sound symbols and they then put them together to identify words. We find in the first chart there are more than 120 words. The children construct their own words. I'm going to quickly take you through the process. So for the sound symbols initially, because our children are very little, they match them with concrete objects. They also make like ki train, and to get onto the train you have to bring in a word with ka, and so on. They draw pictures. In most you will have ka, but look at the words have drawn, and what their own language. Now, the child Katarni is the word in Marwari. So we are building in the mother tongue right words, the beginnings right from their own languages. They engage with the Akshar chart in a variety of fun ways to combine sounds. But what I want to point out is that we found this to be an effective tool in multi-grade situations. This same chart in a single teacher multi-grade school caters to older children who can make polysyllabic words. We can identify the level of children if a child is combining ma and me, contiguous akshar, to make a word, or a child is combining far-flung akshars. The levels are different. This has been a very useful tool and teachers have loved it. For each one of those akshars, we have flashcards. We play many games. Children love to play games, and that's what we do. So they combine these and they construct words in many different ways. Children, then we give them mixed words, mixed aksharas from the different words. One thing I want to say, in none of the schools have we gone beyond the third Varnsamu. We find by the time they are in the third Varnsamu, they've already picked up reading. Here I want to show, this is an akshar chart where we have put aksharas from 3 different Varnsamus. I want to point out some of the words that the children have constructed. Gar. Gar is mud in mitti in Marwari. There's a word jija. You will not find the word jija in any textbook. These are words that have come from the Akshar chart, combining sound symbols, but also combining the child's experience. So making decoding meaningful. And this is what we've tried to do. The games. Now here I want to show you the word namkeen, a polysyllabic word made from Varnsamu 1. We also have poem posters based on these aksharas from by the time children have gone through this for about 2-3 months, they're into sentences. So building awareness of sounds and symbols, understanding the relationships between symbols and sounds, understanding the units called aksharas, with the matras combined, the spoken sounds at the alpha syllabic levels, drawing pictures to show meaning construction, displaying children's work, peer learning. They love to learn from each other. Word games. Children like to play. And also I want to say, we do not keep an activity for more than 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, because children's attention spans. So looking at the developmentally appropriate, and from aksharas to sentences. So broadly, this is the Varnsamu approach. There is more detail on our website. Coming to the second, the planned print-rich environment. I'm going to go through this very quickly. We have structured the environment. So, but before I go that, using the name cards, name cards to introduce, to give children a sense of belonging, as well as get them to learn a whole lot of sounds and symbols in a very fun way. I'm going to very quickly run through this. Getting on to the next one. The print environment is structured. Every OELP classroom has these corners. There is a reading corner with whatever books we can put out there. We have a poem corner with poem posters. Our resource pack has 24 posters. There is a word wall, words constructed from the Varnsamu as well as from read aloud books, which are used in many ways. We have a responsibilities corner where children share responsibilities. The teacher doesn't instruct them, they read what they have to do. We have a calendar. I'm not going to go into details, I just want to give you a view. We also display children's work because they need to look at what they're doing. Daily read-alouds. Not getting into this in detail, just want to tell you that Vansamo, Print-Rich, Daily Read Aloud, everything happens together. The last one is the higher order thinking. The daily conversations and post read aloud is very important for this. I'm just going to quickly skip through this, but want to tell you that this is a planned way. These are some of the kind of activities. For example, the last one where we have the Venn diagram based on a storybook where there's the country mouse and the gaon ka chuha, sheher ka kua chuha. So children will say what are the things you find in its classification of village and town. In class 1 where they can't write, they will draw pictures, but they are thinking. Rich conversations. I just want to give you one last slide. How do we package all this? How do we, oops, I need to go back. We have the 4 blocks model. We have packaged the day, whatever time we have, into 4 blocks. We begin with reading and talk time. We get into word study and vocabulary, writing and expression, and then the skill building, which is the Vansamo. So the teachers, this is the framework. And within this, the teachers decide. We also get into themes, but I'm not getting into detail. Teachers have found this extremely useful as a simple planning tool. Finally, the final slide that I have is the assessment. So we assess at 6 points over 2 years, class 1 and 2. We do summative assessments based on 7 competencies. We are extremely grateful to Professor Shailaja Menon and Azim Premji Foundation for helping us develop this assessment, the summative. We have a qualitative assessment which is based on a 5-point rating scale. And finally, we have the profile folder where we put in 2 pieces of writing work every week. So there are 8 pieces of writing work in a. Now you can see the parents who don't know how to read and write, the care with which they go through the profile folders and compare their profile folders with that of other children. So this is a very effective way of involving parents. We take these profile folders to the NREGA work sites. We have our parents' meetings there because mothers don't come to the parents' meetings otherwise. So I'm going to end over there just to give you an overview of how we have tried to bring in theory into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jairam, for that very nice presentation on the experiences from the field. It is always nice to hear people who have directly worked with the children and directly worked at the field level, and the insights and the experiences that are coming from there. So thanks once again for this session. We do not seem to have any time for any questions, but if there is one question from the participants, then maybe we can take, otherwise we can go to the next session.
Thank you, sir. So there are no questions. We are constantly looking at the YouTube channel. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that if you want more details, we have put details on our website, which is www.oelp.org. Yeah.
So thank you very much. So thank you, Pooja ji and Kirti ji, for your presentations. And then we'll be closing this session, and the next session, for the next session in the way forward, I will hand it over to Suniti ji.
So thank you, Manish ji, and thanks to both the speakers, Pooja and Kirti ji. So with this, we move on to the next session. We are over with the research part of it, and we are going to look at some innovative initiatives being taken by for reading, for promotion of reading. And we have Mr. Rashid. Do we have Rashid? She just messaged that some issues with the internet. Is she there? So I think we will go on, and so I would, she will join as soon as her internet is comes back. I would just like to introduce Rashi Sharma. She is a 2003 batch of Indian Postal Service officer. From last 6 years, she has been working as a director in Ministry of Education and has been handling centrally sponsored scheme of Samagra Shiksha, implementation of National Education Policy 2020 across the states and UTs. Before joining Education Ministry, she was working in her parent cadre in different capacities. She has been the member of various committees at national level, including core committees who have drafted Sarthak, that is the NEP implementation plan, and Nipun Bharat guidelines. So welcome to you, Rashi ji. And some issues with the net, but we go on to the next speaker, and it is Mr. Saktibrata Sen from Room to Read. And I take this opportunity to introduce him. So Saktibrata Sen is the Program Director, Room to Read India. He leads the Literacy and Girls Education Program of the organization. Well recognized for his work in literacy in Indian scripts and languages, he is passionate about bringing children's literature into the classroom and loves working with the young adult population and their cause. His special focus has been the multilingual fluidity in India as a context to literacy in schools and homes. Saktibrata has been a literacy professional and a speaker of repute for the last 15 years and have extensively worked with various state governments as a technical expert. So I welcome you, Saktibrata ji, and over to you.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay.
They are just putting it.
Right.
Hannah, we have the PPTs there, no?
Well, let me just try it from my side as well. Is this visible from my side as well?
Is this visible? Yes, it is visible.
Right, okay. Whatever. So, as a country, I think we have fought a simulated reading war for quite a few number of years.
So can you just make it full screen, please?
I would just try and make it full screen. Is that visible now?
Yes, it is.
Right. So, as I was saying, that we as a country, we have fought simulated reading wars for years. And when we have tried to, and various forums, government, non-government, or even with practitioners like us in NGOs, whether this particular way of teaching reading is better than the other. And probably that has led to quite some polarizations when we utter these two words, which is literacy and literature. And unfortunately so. somehow literacy is seen as, with end results like, of course, reading comprehension, but the moment we couple it with the fluency, we try to come up with numbers and we try to come up with various other ways of assessing fluency and comprehension together. Room 3 does it together. And what happens is we often find that literacy has, of course, taken the center stage in this discourse, and somewhere literature starts taking a backseat. And this is like in a country where we have used stories to establish our identities as well for years, thousands and thousands of years. So when it comes to literature, it is seen as an icing on the cake, as a good to have, and not as a must have in the schools, in the literacy classroom. This is something which we will need to think about, because as Pooja was saying in the morning, that a language experience, an enriched language experience, is at the core of a sustained literacy gain. And it is extremely important to have books into the classroom, even if the children are just about learning to read. This is stories and storytelling it comes naturally to human beings, and it comes naturally to all of us. In this country, when Gautama Buddha had to talk about his teachings, he used stories. There has been stories for various ways of learning various things in life. There's been a Panchatantra, there has been a Jataka, there has been various folk tales which have added to that diverse, myriad, plethora of identities that India is all about. And it is in this particular country, the moment we get into the classrooms, we immediately keep storybooks aside. We start getting into teaching the syllabus, probably teaching aksharas and teaching everything in very non-interesting ways where the meaning is never the focus. Now, as practitioners, as Room to Read, we are thinking practitioners, and we want to bring to you what works best when it comes to literacy and literature, putting them together for sustained literacy gains. We have seen that books are an indispensable thing in the literacy classrooms. We are all in favor of, we all understand that the linguistic context that we are working in is multilingual. There is a script context, there are akshara scripts that we all have to learn, where we have to get a certain level of automaticity. We have to get to, we need fluency so that we have enough space. We have freed up enough cognitive space in the brain to be able to think while we are reading. And this paradigm of thought that we want to bring into while we are reading is best through books and orality around them, in whatever the language the child is comfortable with. So books and orality are indispensable pillars of literacy learning, especially in Indian scripts and languages. We know that reading is a learned skill, and we have to, it is not part of our DNA per se, that we really have to learn these skills painstakingly, the set of symbols and the sounds, and automatize them so that we can create newer circuits in the brain so that we can read more strategically with more automaticity, and to be able to gain that, that fluent feeling brain which enables us to become an independent reader. So having put these two together is, it's extremely important that we really understand how good, authentic children's literature becomes a very important aspect of literacy learning. We will come to that. And what should be done with those books? We know that reading literally changes the brain in a sense and allows us to make new connections between the visual region, the language region, the regions of thought and emotion. The previous speakers have all highlighted this. The idea is this is best possible when you have a book in hand. Now, this is one of the most sought after models of reading comprehension. We call it the reading rope by Scarborough. We have seen this. This is probably the third time that we are seeing it today. And I mean, just to digress, a friend of mine, when I was like hooked onto this for some time, a friend of mine told me that this is just inevitable in a country which is debated for thousands and thousands of years whether the rope represents a snake or not. So you will be caught onto reading ropes, and it is completely like it's culturally appropriate for us to get onto the reading rope. But now the question is how to bring this down to the classrooms. How can we have an increasingly strategic way of reading which is supported by an increasingly automatic way of reading? Now, this skilled reading will, and it can be tested in the context of texts which are created specially for the test. It can be seen in an EGRA, it can be seen in various kinds of other testing tools that are available to us. But the question is, this will be the best visible when we have a book in hand. That's the case that I want to make as a thinking practitioner, that books, we must have those as the fundamental mainstay of literacy classes in our country. As children decode, they need to understand and comprehend what is being read, for which vocabulary and background knowledge is extremely essential. Once again, this is a case for books in libraries. Now, we all know that an independent reader is a product of a robust, spaced out reading instruction and exposure to a variety of texts. A child ought to be reading at her decoding level and partly exposed to text a little beyond her decoding level. That is that space which, through various kinds of interactions, with social interactions, actually help us gather more meaning and get into the depths of meaning that is harbored in a text. Authentic literature and enhanced orality around it strengthens comprehension and fluency, especially in the Akshara languages. Interaction with books also builds vocabulary and help acquire a complex language. A library creates this larger emotional and cognitive landscape for literacy by establishing meaning as the main propeller, a critical outcome of effective reading. So this is where we will once again have to think as a country, why books, different kinds of books, texts, let's say, different kinds of texts, different ways in which, it has been written for children, they are important for literacy. Now, our literacy program is an innovative, comprehensive approach that looks at learning to read as a comprehensive experience, immersed in which the child learns all the skills that are required to become independent and fluent readers. The science of the reading and the magic of loving to read in an enabling reading environment is the most important to have sustained literacy gains. This is a snapshot of a typical room to read library. Now, we have a book publishing program, and room to read has launched, there are several kinds of books. They are mostly what we call the level 1 books, which have little text, meaningful text, more scope for meaning making through the cues of pictures, a story plot, and many other things interacting together. Books are extremely important. And, we would really need to create that supply of books into the literacy classroom, and we really need to think as a country how. Our book publishing program ensures age-appropriate and culturally relevant books in local languages that readers can enjoy at various developmental levels of their reading skills. Now, this is just a snapshot, once again, various kinds of books that we have. Now, one of the, am I running out of time? I think I have got 10 more minutes. Okay, so the read aloud is something which helps children to listen and comprehend a book as well as it exposes them to a variety of genres and texts. Now, let's understand that while a child is understanding or the various sound symbol combinations in a language, the phonology of a language is being displayed and experienced by a child, it will be important for the child to understand that, in spite of surface patterns of the sound symbol relationship, there could be some phonotactic constraints which can only be mitigated if the child has a rich oral language. And that rich oral language is best available to a child if there are books and read-alouds in the classroom. So, read-alouds with a big book or a book which is specially created for that purpose, they are extremely important, as I've said, and this is how a teacher actually engages with children of diverse decoding levels to be able to negotiate further the world of the printed text. Now, read-alouds can be done in various ways. A read-alouds, it has to have a potential targeted participants. In Room to Read, we generally target grades 1 to 5 during the library period or even into the classrooms. The resources that are needed are small books for teachers, and books can be a little higher than the students' reading levels if the teacher has an assessment. And the time generally needed to be able to devote to this sort of thing is about 20 to 35 minutes. It's good to spend that time in a literacy classroom with books and with read-alouds. There are certain things that the teacher needs to do before reading, and the book needs to be introduced. There has to be a lot of discussions around the book. There has to be a lot of oracy building around the book, where we are talking about not only the book, we are talking about our guesses, we are talking about our misses about the guesses, we are talking about what the probable story plot could be. And while we have activated the background knowledge very, very well, it would be important to have that mapped onto actual texts. So there is the during reading activity set of things, and then there is a post-reading activities with read-alouds. With each, the point is, we have learned that the more deeply we engage with books, with children, the more we ourselves learn how children learn to read, and the more we ourselves know how to help children when they are struggling readers. When they're trying to understand a certain, maybe a certain sound symbol correspondence, or we are trying to understand a certain psycholinguistic grain size, and that when that's becoming a problem, we have seen that books are the best way to mitigate, actually. So I would stop at that and just go to the next thing that is possible to do in a library, which is called a shared reading. A shared reading helps children to actively participate in reading the book, as well as enjoy the illustrations and words of the story. Engaging with a book is one of the most important things for a literacy classroom. This is probably the only thing that I want to bring to the audience today, that let's understand that literacy is about two parallel strands. We have to have the orthographic expertise built in, but we also need to have lateral linkages with books and stories and the world of oracy. independent reading, the objectives of this reading activity for children are to be able to read their books at their comfort level and to make independent choices about what they read. Now, this is one of those key practices which help us when we become fluent readers. This is the most important habit building aspect of a literacy classroom, the independent reading time. I mean, we have seen, as practitioners, we have seen that children who are struggling readers, the kind of phonotactic constraints that we are talking about in orthography, the kind of struggling readers, the skill level struggles that we have seen can well be mitigated if there is time for a child to be engaged with a book, and a book that is close to her decoding level, and we have left the child enough with enough space and understanding to be able to deal with that book. While this is a strand which has to happen parallelly to that explicit teaching of phonics and orthography and discussions and vocabulary and many other things. So this is also which helps a child to understand what his or her own effective speed of reading. Because if you are only focused on a fluency-based instruction, there is enough chance that children will be reading at a speed. Pooja was talking about it. There will be, children could be reading at speed, but then they wouldn't comprehend. And the moment you ask them, and if you मैंने ये सवाल पूछ के उनको देखा है कि आप इसको पढ़िए और मैं इस पे बातचीत करूंगा या सवाल करूंगा. The moment you've said that, you would see that the speed has come down. So that effective speed, which helps an individual to negotiate, the thinking while reading, is extremely importantly done through an independent reading time in the classroom. So these may be small things, but these are extremely important because many of those things are coming along together to build up this larger edifice called the larger reading comprehension, the fluent feeling brain. Of course, paired reading, when you are in a classroom, I know that this has not been possible much, paired reading between peers in the pandemic period. But we have seen that paired reading has been possible where Room to Read has tried to take the books to the child's, where the child is, to the child's home. So there could be people who the child could pair up with. But it is always helpful, it is probably the best that in a setting where people are consciously, actively learning literacy, if a child is paired with a peer who are somewhere of the same reading level or a little advanced and can help each other negotiate a text and can create the meaning jointly rather than just individual, this is one of the other ways of hooking a child to a book. So these are some of the, I would say, a practitioner's insights, a thinking practitioner's insights into this issue of why literacy and literature have to go in hand and why literature is such an important aspect of literacy and how it is to be done, which means that we would have to have appropriate books, wonderful books into the classroom along with all the orthographic practices that we are trying to do. So this is where I should probably stop. Smriti ji, I do not know whether I have used up all my time.
Yes, I think we are ready for the next speaker, but I hand over the session to Rashi ji, who has joined us now.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, everyone, and first of all, my apologies for the technological glitch. I could not join in the beginning. And thank you, Sakti Ji. It has always been a pleasure to hear you. And the importance of storytelling, which you have stressed upon, it's extremely important, because during our campaign also we have seen that the maximum participation was during the International Mother Tongue Day, Kahani Padho Apni Bhasha Mein. So it's extremely important, and the practices which you have shared with us, all of these are I can vouch for that they are really effective, because I also have 2 small children, and I have seen those things, like when you read aloud or when you read a story to them, it really makes a difference, and they are suddenly become interested in books. They themselves fetch a book, try to read. So all these things are important. So thank you very much for a very interesting session, and indeed it is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, very eminent speaker, Uma Mahadevan ma'am. She's from the Indian Administrative Service. She's currently posted as Principal Secretary Panchayati Raj in Government of Karnataka. She has worked as Principal Secretary in different departments of Government of Karnataka, and she was a member of the working group that prepared Karnataka's first Human Development Report. So ma'am would be speaking on a very important aspect, the rural library program in Karnataka, and it would be extremely important for us to know that how we can ensure the availability of books for every child. So over to you, ma'am, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rashji, and thank you to NCERT and to the Ministry of Education for inviting me to this very, very important discussion. It's a privilege to be here. If it's okay with you, I will prefer to share the presentation myself.
Yeah, it is okay, ma'am.
I've made a couple of changes.
Sure, ma'am, you can.
Yeah, could you please disable that, and I will share from here.
Okay. Suniti ji, please.
Ji, we are doing it. We are doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is. So you have to put it in a slideshow mode.
Yes.
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am. Good to go.
Right. So I am currently Principal Secretary Panchayat Raj in Karnataka, and I'm part of the RDPR department. I'll be talking about a program that we took for the revival of our rural libraries, which is an important program for us, both during the COVID pandemic and also as a program of our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The logos over here, I'll just explain to you. One is, of course, our RDPR logo and the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav logo. But the other logo on the right side, top right of the screen, is the logo of Panchayati Raj. Panchayati Raj is extremely important in Karnataka because we are one of the pioneering states where a lot of work has been done on democratic decentralization. And part of my presentation will be about how, through rural libraries, we can involve communities for a greater connect with reading. The 2 logos below are the logos of our reading programs, Odluva Belaku, which means the light of reading, and Odina Manege Hogona, which means let's go to the reading home. I'll be talking about these in greater detail during my presentation. A very brief overview of my presentation. I'll talk about the rural libraries at the Gram Panchayats, and really this is about the last 2 years and what we did in terms of library revival programs, in terms of community involvement called Pustaka Jolige, a program that we took up, in terms of open reading spaces like Bayalu Granthalaya, which is a garden reading room, and terrace reading rooms, in terms of little free libraries called Pustaka Gudu or Book Nest in open public spaces, in terms of digital libraries and computer access to rural students and rural communities to bridge in some way the digital divide as well as information asymmetry. In terms of beacon libraries in every panchayat to make accessible and barrier-free spaces for persons with disabilities and especially children with disabilities to learn. In terms of civil society partnerships that we built across the state to take this forward. Specific reading initiatives, as I said, Odo Belaku and Odina Manege Hobana, I'll explain these. We created a convergent group called the Gram Panchayat Education Task Force to sustain and take forward these initiatives. And finally, and not least important, is certificate course, training courses to improve and upgrade the skills of our librarians, and also to orient our local elected representatives and their staff on the importance of libraries. So to start with, Karnataka, just to give you a perspective, has 6,000 Gram Panchayats. Gram Panchayats are the grassroots tier of local governance. But we have 5,623 libraries in these Gram Panchayats. The difference being, in 2015, another 350, 400 library panchayats were created, but those libraries have not yet been started. However, I'm happy to say that last month, the Honorable Chief Minister, at a program about our rural libraries and digital learning at our rural libraries, has announced that even in the remaining panchayats, 340 libraries will be started, so that from this year onwards, every panchayat will have its own library. These pictures are from two rural libraries, one which is a peri-urban library on the right, Rajan Kunte, which is quite close to Bangalore, but it's a peri-urban and a well-resourced library. But the left one is from a rural library near a forest area in Belgaum. This is just to show you the kind of things that have happened in our panchayat libraries in the last 2 years. First of all, to give you a context, Karnataka already has a heritage of public libraries and also supportive legislation. Karnataka is one of the first states in the country to have its own public libraries in the former Mysore princely state in 1914 and 15. 2 public libraries were started in Mysore and Bangalore. Those are still functioning as part of the state library. In 1965, Karnataka became one of few states with the tremendous work of library pioneer Dr. S.R. Ranganathan to have its own state library act. This has enabled the state to have a huge network of libraries, city libraries, branch libraries, district, rural, slum libraries, and even libraries for migrant and nomadic groups. Today in Karnataka, we have around 7,000 public libraries. These are funded partly but not entirely by a library cess, which is collected by rural and urban local bodies. Why I'm saying this is because it's important for states to have a sustainable way of supporting their library movement. Karnataka's Gram Panchayat libraries, the principles that we started with, very, very basic overview. The principle was that libraries are an important part of the community. They can help rural residents to spend their free time reading, learning, and being informed. Most important for us, during the COVID pandemic, while schools and colleges were closed, libraries helped children to stay connected to reading. This happened because in 2019, rural libraries were transferred from the education department to the rural local bodies of the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department. This is an important move, and I say this because this is an example of the impact of decentralization in practice. In 2021, going forward with our library program, we renamed the libraries as Gram Panchayat Library and Information Center. We enhanced the library working hours from 4 to 6 hours, increased the honorarium, and now we have placed copies of the Constitution, the Panchayat Raj Act, various annual reports, and various important transparency documents of the departments also in the libraries in order to give Panchayat residents, rural residents, greater information about their lives and about government programs. These are some of the pictures showing the transformation of the rural libraries in the last 2 years. One of the important things that we've done is we've tried to make it colorful, child-friendly, and inviting to the public, because the thing we found was that it's not just important during the COVID pandemic. Of course, the libraries played an important role as a safe space and as a sanctuary for rural children, especially girls, to come and study as academic quiet spaces. But even going forward, we feel that libraries offer tremendous potential as informal learning spaces to help community educational groups. Children can come with their grandparents, grandmother, grandfather, and to learn together in ways that formal education may be not quite able to do. So one of the things we did, this is about Odua Beleku, the light of reading. We found that schools were forced to close and rural children needed a way to stay connected to reading. But we also found that panchayats and local bodies had played a tremendous role in effective COVID management through science-based awareness, community involvement, relief, response activities, and so on. And so as the first wave died out, we felt that maybe we should issue some enabling orders and support rural communities to revive their rural public libraries and help children stay connected, as well as build a library culture. So some of the things we did were that we made library membership completely free for all children in rural Karnataka from the age of 6 to the age of 18 could get free library cards from the libraries. I'm happy to say, I'm sorry, there's a typo here. It should be nearly 1.5 million rural children. The number is down there in the left side of your screen. We revived nearly 2,800, 2,777 libraries. This is new buildings, new books, new furniture, racks, even in some places, lots of innovations. Little child-sized sofas, indoor plants, curtains, chessboards inside the libraries, and 14.5 million children enrolled in libraries. So that many children who were the children of MG and Rega workers, rural poor, Anganwadi staff, midday meal staff were able to take a book home for the first time, other than their textbook, which is really quite an exciting thing for a child. We also took up the rural libraries for all sorts of revival, including electrical connections, ceiling fans, toilets, reading rooms and balconies, study desks, armchairs, and garden benches for the seniors. To involve the communities, we felt that this should be initiated through government action, but should not stop at government action. It's important to push and sow the seeds of a public library movement. So based on the suggestion of one of our civil society partners, BGVS, we took up a donation drive called the Pustaka Jolige. The slogan was, Navu Nimma Mane Bagalige, Nimma Ondu Pustaka Namma Joligege. So there was a little procession which went house to house and said, we are coming to your doorstep, please give us a book, one book for our knapsack. And there was a tremendous response, not only by local communities, by the elderly, by teachers, by retired government staff who gave their own precious book collections, but also by civil society organizations like BGVS. Azim Premji Foundation alone gave us books for children's sections in 1,600 libraries across 9 districts. Shikshana Foundation, Pratham Books, United Way. United Way got us donors. 3M donated books for libraries in 5 districts. OpenText donated books for libraries in 1 entire district. CWC works with hundreds of libraries. CMCA works in 2 districts. We felt that along with working through government, along with working through panchayats, the role of civil society organizations and local volunteers has been tremendous. We also had in Bangalore donations organized by Whitefield Rising, youth groups, St. Joseph's College, who readily gave us their auditorium to organize a donation drive. We collected close to 1 million books, 9.4 lakh books through donations. It's not that books need to only be new. Government will always, of course, have allocations to buy new books. But when books are shared, there is a sense of sharing of knowledge, and it adds to the idea of a community program. We also took up a new look for libraries. We wanted people to find this pleasant, interesting, to be curious. We wanted children to realize that this is their space and it's an open space and there are no restrictions inside or outside. They can sit, they can slouch, they can lie down, they can sit on the floor, they can take the book outside to the garden. So these are two pictures from Yadgir, from our partner organization Khalike, who's working over there. We also have another organization called Yuva Chintana Foundation working on STEAM education with children in Yadgir libraries. Yadgir is important for us because Yadgir had the lowest rural female literacy in the 2011 census. And now Yadgir libraries are being transformed in this way. We found, along with this, along with what we pushed, one of the tremendous and precious learnings was that people on the field were coming up with their own innovations. This is a special picture because this is the very first Bayalu Granthalaya, an open-air library. So the building is the library, but the building also had a garden which was developed with MGNREGA and Panchayat funds, and it had a 100-year-old heritage well, which was restored. Benches were placed, and an open-air reading space was created. This is the first one of many such that have been created. This was in Belgaum, in an area very close to the Khanapur forest. Many libraries since then have created open spaces in Kodagu, from where I'm talking to you. There are many, many libraries. All of Kodagu's 100 odd libraries are all upgraded to digital libraries with open-air reading spaces, separate spaces for children, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, job seekers, and a welcoming, inclusive ambience for all. We also found a very interesting innovation, again, coming from the needs of people. This is a library in Mysore, in Bilikere, where they put a sheet on top of the library building and created an open-air terrace. Because as I said, while we increased our library timings from 4 hours to 6 hours, it was still not enough for rural students who form their own study circles. There are children and young people in our own Karnataka libraries, and I'm very proud to say that there are so many, many hundreds of thousands of young people, college students, studying for their UPSC and KPSC civil service examinations, sitting in these terrace libraries, because after the library hours are closed, there are still tables and chairs and lights in these terraces where they can sit together and do group study and study way into the night. So this terrace library is again one of the innovations. It has been started in hundreds of libraries with the help of the panchayats. This is a digital library. So this is in Rajankunte, a panchayat in Bangalore. We realized that the Gram Panchayats have a unique opportunity to use the library spaces to reduce the digital divide and the information asymmetry, so that no rural child ever, or any rural person, no one ever has to feel afraid or intimidated by touching a computer or a mouse today. And this is why we thought that we should take up as many as possible to upgrade to digital libraries. We already have a Karnataka digital library, which is completely free for the use of all the residents. People can enroll with their mobile phone number, but we felt that to access the digital library, we should have computers, internet connection and devices in the panchayats as well, in the libraries as well. And so we took up, today we have 2,214 libraries, rural libraries, which have added computers and devices and internet connections in their libraries for the use of their children. These are some of the examples. We envisage setting up this. I have to say that RDPR did not give any additional grants, not even 1 rupee of additional grants for setting up any of these libraries. Everything was done by the panchayats using their own 15 Finance and 14 Finance Commission grants and their own resources, because property taxes and library cess are all collected 100% today in Karnataka. And so computers, this for example is an example of a library where 5 monitors with a common CPU were organized and an internet connection. But we have 2,214 such libraries, and we propose again, as I said, the Honorable Chief Minister in the program this month said that all Karnataka libraries, rural libraries, will now be upgraded to digital libraries. And we propose to do that in this year. These are examples of the digital libraries. Many panchayats have added, in addition to the in addition to the computers, they've added projectors and screens and so on. This is again an example of a digital library side by side with a physical library, and child-sized sofas, plants, indoor plants, good new racks, well-equipped lights and fittings, fans, and so on, to make the experience of the library pleasant. We also felt that we should not forget to make libraries inclusive. To start with, we have decided to upgrade, this was in the Honorable Chief Minister's budget speech, one library per taluk to be made into a beacon accessible library with not only ramp, railing, and disabled-friendly toilet, but also braille books, audio books, screen readers, digital devices, etc. And this is already taken up in one per taluk, 229 such libraries. We are proposing to do many more, and this year we hope to have at least 1,000 such libraries by the end of the year. Again, using the panchayat's own funds, because 5% of the funds, as per the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, in any case have to be used for the welfare of persons with disabilities. And what better way to do so than by making the libraries accessible. One of the programs that we've taken up is to treat the library as a reading space, a welcoming, safe reading space. So Odina Manege Hoguna is one of the programs called Let's Go to the Reading Home, to engage GP libraries and make them into student-friendly educational settings with life skill sessions, competitions, education-based films. You can see there's a screen already in the Panchayat library. Reading aloud, storytelling. We have MOUs with Shikshana, Adyan Foundation, Yuva Chintana Foundation, CMCA, and so on, to take up regular such activities to encourage and entice children to come to the library and make it a part of their regular reading habits. Little free libraries. So we felt that we need to take the library out of the physical library space. And so in Dakshin Kannada district, a program of little free libraries was taken up called Pustaka Gudu, where literally these are called book nests. And these have been set up in bus stops, public spaces, next to a Xerox shop, and so on. You can see where people, while waiting for a bus, these are open. Anyone can take out a book, take out a newspaper, take out a magazine, read while they're waiting. They can put it back. If they take it with them, that's just perfectly fine. On their way back or whenever they're coming next, they can add to these libraries. The idea is to create a reading culture. And therefore, we have also to reach out to young people. We've also got a strong activity on social media. This is the logo of our Odua Beleku. We're encouraging children to enroll in the digital library as well. And we're on Instagram, we're on social media, on Twitter, and so on and so forth. We also have a Gram Panchayat Education Task Force, which is taking up now, we took up a child survey of 81 lakh households in rural Karnataka to identify children who were out of school or who needed to be re-enrolled to school. Also to take up awareness about child rights, child labor, child marriage, and so on. We've taken up training for them. 4-day training has already been organized in 6 districts of North Karnataka in partnership with the Education Department, and we propose to take this up in other districts as well. Happy to say that Karnataka also started child budgeting and gender budgeting in panchayats from last year itself. And this is a part, the library program is very much a part of the child budgeting program. Last but not the least is certificate courses and training. We've already taken up a 5-day computer training program, residential computer training program for library supervisors. We now have a child-friendly library certificate course, a 3-month course, which will be taken up by the RDPR University to develop the libraries into active learning spaces, enable equity in access to available knowledge resources, build diversified and child-focused learning resources, and to develop leadership skills among library supervisors. We also believe that communities need to be trained and oriented, and as a part of which we are taking up a tremendous training program for Gram Panchayat presidents, vice presidents, Panchayat officers, library supervisors, beacon libraries, on digital libraries. And in fact, I remember in Kodagu district, when we took up the training last year, every week the newly elected panchayat bodies would go the next week, the week after their training, they would conduct a meeting and take up a program of upgrading their libraries in their panchayat. Finally, just this month, the program that I told you about, we've signed an MOU with Shikshana Foundation for 1,200 libraries, where we will have Android TV devices and digital learning content on language, numeracy, digital skills, and skill training for youth. We hope to reach through 1,200 of these. This is supported by Dell Technologies, but we hope to have similar such MOUs with other organizations so that we will be able to reach, at least in these 1,200 libraries, we propose to reach 1 million, that is 10 lakh rural high school students and rural youth. We hope to take this up in the next year to all the Gram Panchayat libraries, to all the 6,000 or so Gram Panchayat libraries, and create informal learning spaces for rural communities, which will build a sounder footing for a knowledge-based society in the 21st century. Ending with a few pictures to remind us that libraries, in spite of all digital content, in spite of computers and Androids, ultimately libraries are about the joy of reading. We're delighted that we have picture books, we have comics, we have dictionaries, we have books, including newspapers. There's a child out there reading the newspaper, and we have children. So far, we have 1.5 million children who are delighted to come to our libraries, and we're equally delighted to welcome them to them. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very, very enlightening session. And it is indeed great to know that so many libraries, almost 90% panchayats have libraries in Karnataka. And this is one initiative at ground level which actually inspires a lot. And this will also help in making community participation a reality. And you talked about the inclusive libraries, which is really indeed the objective of all our initiatives, that it has to be accessible, it has to be inclusive. So thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very, very enlightening session for all of us. And we are ending this session now, and we will be again joining at 1:30. The next session would be chaired by Professor Sridhar Srivastava from NCERT. I thank all the participants, all the viewers who have been associated with us since morning. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
निगने
Namaskar and welcome back again to the technical session 3 of today's webinar. The chairperson for this session is Professor Sridhar Srivastava, who is presently holding the position of Joint Director NCERT, and previous to that he has had many important roles in NCERT as head PMD, secretary, and a lot of responsibilities have been held. He was also leading all the work related to Nipun Bharat in NCERT. So I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. We have 3 presentations in this session, and I hand over the session to you, sir, Professor Srivastava.
Yeah, namaskar to all, and a very good afternoon, and thank you, Professor Suniti, for this opportunity. And we have assembled here, I would say, post-lunch session, assuming that we all must have taken lunch. And, you know, these important deliberations that we are seeing since morning, and we all agree. Am I audible, Dr. Suniti?
Yes, sir, you are. Yes, sir.
Yes, we all agree that on different forums we are coming across this demographic dividend for this big country. And we know that the National Education Policy, a very aspirational document since independence of this country, is before us. And if we really want to reap the benefit and fruits of the demographic dividend, it's very important that reading and learning at a very foundational stage should be really realized. So with that purpose, we are involved in all the deliberations since morning. It's a very great effort that NCERT as an institution is involved under the aegis of Ministry of Education's efforts, Government of India effort. So we would be getting the chance of listening to 3 speakers in this session. And since I have to join another program of Niti Aayog also, so I am taking the liberty of introduction. I am sure the list of papers are before you. The first paper is on early identification of children with reading difficulties by Dr. Vatsa Gathu. And the second paper is Beyond Windows and Mirrors, Curating Diverse Book Collection for Children by Dr. Tejaswi Sivanand. And the third paper is Reading Beyond the Book, Using the Arts as a Catalyst for Reading and Engaging by Ms. Samina Mishra. All these topics are very, very diverse and very relevant and very apt with the situation in which we are working today. And we know that the pandemic situation we have seen, and really with the support of parents, community, and the peer, how we will be moving ahead in the coming time regarding the reading and learning with pleasure for the children at foundational stage. So very quickly, I would be giving a brief account of their work and the affiliation that the speakers that we have. We have Dr. Varsha Gathu, who is a professional working over 3 decades in the field of special and inclusive education. And she has a paper today about early identification of children with reading difficulties. And she has been a Fulbright Senior Research Fellow, Land Fellow at University of Connecticut, USA, and also a recipient of Rotary International Ambassadorial Scholarship for pursuing master's degree at Washington University, USA. And for over 24 years, Dr. Vatsa Gathu has been the lead of the Department of Education at the Ali Yawar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyangjan, Mumbai, under the Department of Disability Affairs, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Dr. Vatsa has successfully guided more than 50 master's degree and about 7 PhD scholars have completed their doctoral work and been awarded PhD under her leadership. She has many national and international publications in collaboration with Washington University. She has adopted the grammatical analysis of illustrated language, a test tool to assess language, and has also developed a test of school readiness. In fact, I would be taking out of the time of Dr. Vatsa Gatho. There are many more things to offer also, but she is the first presenter. So I am just stopping here. And very quickly, I would speak about the other presentation also, presenter also, Dr. Tejasvi Shivanand. He is a curator and library educator at Campasa Bookstore and Children Library. I'm sorry if I have mispronounced the word, Bangalore, and part of the core faculty of the library educators course conducted by Bookworm Library Goa. He is also a consultant on education and library programs for schools and community-based organizations. He worked for nearly a decade and a half at Center for Learning and Alternative School near Bangalore, teaching science and maths while working at the library and nature education program. And the third presenter who have with us, Ms. Samina Mishra, is a documentary filmmaker, writer, and teacher based in New Delhi with a special interest in media for and about children. Her work uses the lenses of childhood identity and education to reflect the experiences of growing up in India. Samina was part of the core team of Torchlight, a web journal on libraries and bookish love, and curator of Half Ticket, the children's section at the Mami Mumbai Film Festival. Her recent work includes Jamlo Walks, a picture book that tells a story of the migrants walking back home during the COVID-19 lockdown, a very interesting thing to know, in March 2020. Nida finds a way, a chapter book for early readers that follows a young girl as she explores the world around the happiness class. A documentary that explores the idea of happiness seen through the happiness curriculum introduced in the Delhi government schools in 2018. She has other experiences also, and I am just stopping here, and I would request Dr. Smriti to kindly pass on their brief to the in the reports and all also. So I'm sorry I have taken some time in the first presenter's time. Somehow I would request Dr. Smriti to adjust for that. And with this, I request Dr. Gathu for her presentation on the early identification of children with reading disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Gathu.
Thank you, Professor Sridhar, and thank you, Professor Sudhiti Sanwal, for inviting me. Can I have the slides from your end?
Yes, we'll play.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I come from a space where children are finding reading difficult. And, from the morning we are listening about stories and resources where children are encouraged for reading. And I fully endorse these things, that these are the resources which are required primarily. But there could be some children who may encounter difficulties, I would say, in reading, and these have to be addressed, because we know that reading is important, and it's an important gateway for not only knowledge but also, self-satisfaction, for pleasure, as the the webinar says. The next slide, please.
Next slide.
So, yeah, the scope of my presentation is why read? that is the importance of reading, and there are 5 P's to it. That is pleasure, pride. It is for the perspective, proof, and progress. Why do some children don't read? Whether there is, lack of literacy environment or resources or the functioning of the CPU. And CPU, as we know, is our, brain. So is there some neurological problem associated with it, and we are not able to identify that and, just label the child as poor reader. I would also little bit touch upon identifying, because I've been asked to talk about how do we early identify the difficulty. So there is a D versus D, and if you could notice, the other D is the ulta D, that is the reversal. And what are some of the strategies that we could address for the 2Ds? So the next immediate slide. Next slide, please. So why read? The 3 pictures tells us the entire story about why do children read. First, it is for the play pleasure. And you know that there are literacy behaviors, we call it, from birth to 3 years. And that is the project on which currently I'm working on and coordinating. So children like the sound of the paper. They like the like to sit in the lap. So you could see in the picture that a mother is holding the baby, and the baby's eyes you could see. So they are hooked on to the books and the pictures and the colors, etc. of the book. So it's more of a play, and we know that the birth to 3 years is completely play-based learning. So as educators or as promoters of literacy, and I would urge the 2 speakers after me because they are into filmmaking, etc. Reading is for pleasure first. So even though the children may not understand what is the print form of it, but the mere look at the print awareness is very, very important. The second aspect to reading is for social pleasure. As you see in the picture, the big brother and the small brother. The big brother sitting next to the small brother sitting next to the big brother. And it's, for the social pleasure children want to read. And the third one is, of course, the disposition, which the National Education Policy has very rightly said. It is the inner work pleasure which the children have. So it is the curiosity and it is the inner self satisfaction that the children read books and would like to handle the books. The next slide, please. So how does reading develop? Reading is a learnt activity, as we know. It is not something which is acquired naturally, like language, which is the basis to reading. So when reading has to be learned, it has certain, steps by which each child progresses, and these are the norms which are set for we call it the stages of reading, and these stages of reading are universal. So a famous model of the stages is given by Charles. First she says that it is the children are in the phase of learning to read, and then comes reading to learn. And especially children who have learning difficulties, like for example, if children have hearing impairment, then reading is so important for them. As Alexander Graham Bell once said, the inventor of telephone, that what hearing does to the language of a typical or the normal child, reading does the same way for a child with hearing impairment. So the first 2 stages, that is from birth until you can say 2nd grade, the child is learning to read. So there comes the phonology, phonological awareness, sound symbol correspondence, then comes the decoding skills, the word attack skills, word recognitions, and short phrase understanding, etc. And at a later stage, that is from 4th grade onwards, children actually read to learn, that is gain knowledge for it. So if we see Maslow's hierarchy of learning also, the first is for pleasure. As I said, children like to hold books. The second is in the this thing is the pride, that is, they want to imitate adults because adults are reading. The third is the perceptive. The fourth is the proof that yes, I am reading. And the last, which is in Maslow's theory also, when we say self-actualization, and that P is for progress, and that is where children realize that the more I read, the more I will benefit. And why this is important, because if children are encountering the difficult any one of these stage, they are not going to have a strong foundation for the next stage. The next slide, please. Yeah, and why do some children don't read? Because, are they disinterested in reading? Or is there a visual problem with the reading? Or it's simply that, there are no resources available, or there is that is what I said, the CPU has a problem. So literacy environment is very, very essential. So right from the beginning, if parents, the first, as you know, the attachment theory, the babies want to sit in the lap, that's their comfort zone. If parents sit with them and read out to them, so it automatically creates a learning environment for the children. Along with the toys and the soft toys, if the books are there on the shelf, that is the reading resources, and that too I would suggest at the level where the child could reach out to the books. And the third one, which I am more concerned about, and that is the area where we professionals are really working in that space, is if there is an issue with the CPU. Many of the teachers or parents probably feel that it is the vision which is creating problem. Yes, of course, the perceptual skills are important for reading, but it is more so the brain which processes the auditory information that is most important, and I'll come to it in the next slide. So the next slide, please. Okay, so how do we identify the D versus D, that is the difficulty versus the disability? Because there could be some of the issues where there could be a socio-emotional problem, like in today's times of pandemic, where the resources were not available, children could not go to the Anganwadis or the playgroups where they are going, or simply that the parents were so sick, or there could be a host of factors where the difficulty comes into the picture. But then there are specific areas in the brain which are responsible for assisting reading, like the frontal lobe has the speech sound input, that this thing, the temporal has the language comprehension area, the parietal lobe has the word analysis. So all of these skills are important for reading, because reading is not just recognizing the print or pronunciation of what is read, but it is the understanding what the child attaches meaning to it. So whether it is a parietal lobe or an occipital lobe, so not going into the details of the brain or its function, but just an awareness that maybe there is some problem with the neurology, and the neurological factors are impacting the reading this thing. So one has to really rule out if there is a difficulty versus a disability. The next slide. Okay, so how does one identify about, going about it? So there is a specific process about predicting, diagnosing, intervention, and there is a reading rope, which I will show you because, I have to keep up to the time also. So you would have seen the movie Tare Zameen Pe, and there was this child who had problems with the letters, and the letter sound symbol correspondence. Even the Persons with Disability Act in India, that is 2016, it has recognized the specific learning disabilities which are referred to as the SLDs. And these includes dyslexia, which is the reading disability, dysgraphia, that is the problem with writing of the children, dyscalculia, that is the mathematical computational problems, or dyspraxia, that is the coordination. So you see, everything is related to neurology and also developmental aphasia. Whenever we are saying dyslexia, that is reading disability, it is one has to exclude that there is no hearing impairment, no visual impairment or intellectual disability. Generally, the problem becomes that till 2 years of till the second grade, when the children actually start the formal reading, the reading difficulties would not be identified, because whether the child is not able to decode or the child is not able to phonologically process the information, unless and until the child reaches that level. The sad part is that the teachers and the parents would not know that the child has a difficulty. But in the next slide, please. One has to remember that there are a host of things. It is it's like a rope, the threads are intertwined. So if one wants to know how does reading as a process develop, then I feel that the first thing, it's the perceptual abilities of the child, whether the child is able to visually and auditorily have the perceptual ability in place, whether the child can know the small differences between a picture or auditorily can process the information of the doorbell and a whistle of the cooker. Those are the auditory perceptual skills, but the visual perceptual skills are also important, the conceptual skills. So here comes everything, where how much the child is exposed or stimulated at home. So does the child have the concept of, say, vehicles, or does the child have concept of animals, or when can the child distinguish between the things which float on water or sink in water. So concept of colors, etc. Reasoning, what is happening next, why in the story of the hare and the tortoise did the tortoise think differently. The memory, the general knowledge and observational skills. And the most important thing is the language. So we read in the language which the child understands. So language forms the basis of reading. So if the language is not acquired naturally, then the child is going to have problems in the reading. So when it comes to specific word recognition or the language skills, it is the phonology, decoding and sight vocabulary. And when it comes to the language, it is the vocabulary knowledge, that is the word bank, we say. The background knowledge, like when even for the storytelling that we are doing, does the child know what is the background of this story, who is the main character, and why is the character playing that humor with the other, this thing. The language structures or pragmatics of the language, and verbal reasoning. These are very important threads which really are intertwined. So we say that reading is more like a hack through the forest. With individual twists and turns, like you see in the rope. And these are all entangled movements of a surprise. And suddenly you see that the children have become very proficient readers. So if we have to really do intervention, first identify whether the problem is with the perception, concept, reasoning, is the problem with the cognitive abilities of memory, recapitulation, general knowledge, whether the child has been exposed to all these things, and observational skills. Don't just jump on to that the child has a disability. The next slide. So three important factors to remember that primarily the symptom of reading disability is a reading difficulty, and that is why in very rightly Professor Sunidhi ji said focus on the reading difficulty, and I would give you certain tips how which could tell you that what are the risk factors before even the child starts formal reading. What could be the risk factors which if the teachers or parents can identify, they can do something before it turns into a disability. So until formal reading starts, the difficulties, this is an important statistics, 18% of the school enrolled children have some form or the other of reading difficulties, and so we need to address it. The next slide. So what could be the causal factors and what are the indicators? And now these indicators are actually the risk factors which one could use for screening or for early identification. First causal factor could be genetics. And therefore, if one knows about the family history or could gather information from the family, whether somebody, the parents or the siblings had an issue, then that is one of the most important things, because they say 40% of children who have reading difficulties leading to some other problems have got a family history of it. The deficit oral language, because I said, reading is language based. So we see some of the children are late talkers, and the family just tells the child that, tells the mother that don't worry, आपके घर में पापा भी देर से बोले थे, या your grandfather was a late talker, or somebody is a person of a few words. But do not take this lightly at all, because language forms the basis of reading, and reading is the gateway of knowledge. And once if we do not address these things well before 6 to 7 years of age, the child will encounter difficulties in the school. Though all resources are available, the barriers and the facilitators have to be really worked upon very properly. So late talkers meaning that every baby has to have if everything goes normal, then by the first birthday, the child has the first meaningful word. And say by 18 to 24 words, the toddlers, they have 2 or 3 word combinations and they start communicating. So late talkers is one of the indicators, and so one should screen, not just label or categorize. Labeling is very dangerous, because then children automatically start feeling, their self-image, self-confidence goes down. Just be watchful about these things. This is what I'm submitting before you. Deficit verbal memory, meaning you can easily know that you tell something and the child is not able to memorize what you have said. Or there are speech problems like, hearing and speech are closely related, but sometimes the speech problems could also surface because of the neurological problems. So deficit oral language, meaning not having age appropriate language, could be a factor responsible for it. The neurological, as I said, could be audiological or auditory or visual. This has something where the executive functioning, that is the planning, organizing his day-to-day stuff, the child is very slow, or there is hearing loss, or there is a way of checking the rapid naming difficulty, like you tell certain words in sequence and ask the child to repeat it. Phonological awareness or visual sequencing, the visuomotor control one can see, or the visual span of attention. Some children just don't want to give an eye contact or just run away when you show them pictures or books, etc. Behavioral could be hyperactivity or the attention deficit disorders. So these are just some of the indicators which one could just be cautious about it and not label it. The next.
So Vatsha, Sridhar here, I would just ask you to kindly conclude because we are we have almost reached to the time limit.
Yeah. Just one or two slides more, sir. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the risk resilience matrix. It's like there are certain protective factors, like if the children have been trained well. There are certain risk factors like the deficit language or poor attention span or family history. There could be an adversity like what we faced just now, the school closures or dislocation of the parents, abuse at home or neglect or parental loss, so there is no support. And but if the child has got good socio-emotional maturity, disposition and problem solving, that is the resilience. So if this risk resilience matrices work, I think the systemic changes that the national education policy has suggested will help us. The next slide. There are two approaches, and this is the last slide, that could be used for screening or early identifying. That is the response to intervention model, in which you give a very high class material of research-based material of reading to all the children, screen the children, and if at all they have a problem, then go on to the next, where you can give them some instructional support. If there also children are having a problem, then give individualized instructions. So universal screening, if it is done, it will help all the children. The other approach could be, and both these are identifying as well as intervention. The other approach is a dynamic assessment model, which is based on Vygotsky's theory of zone of proximal development. This tells the potential of a child versus the RTI, which tells where is the problem area. The dynamic assessment can tell you with little support how much the child could achieve. So both these models could be used for early screening and identifying. I think that is the last slide. Yeah, so both identifying and intervention should go hand in hand, and that could reduce the risk. To conclude, there is a Marathi saying in this thing like Vachal tar Vachal. I come from Maharashtra, Mumbai, so I just thought I'll tell. Vachal means if you read, and the other Vachal is Bachoge. So, it's very important for us to focus on the screening of early this thing, so that it doesn't become the difficulty doesn't become a disability. But be cautious about labeling the children, and that is what I wanted to submit. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Varsha. You have very nicely covered the points and within the limit of the time. It's so nice of you. I request Dr. Tejasvi Sivanand for the paper Beyond Windows and Mirrors, Curating Diverse Book Collection for Children. It's a very important aspect. Please, Dr. Sivanand.
Hello everyone, I'm Tejasvi, and I'm joining you all from Bangalore. And I work with children and with books. This is my main area of work. And what I want to share with you today is sorry, just one moment, please. Sorry, I seem to have some, I just need a moment. I'll just join again. see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
All right. All right. So the talk that I would like to share with you today is about putting together a diverse collection of books for children. And I titled my talk Beyond Windows and Mirrors, Diverse Books for Diverse Childhoods. From, if we think about, children's books, often we kind of, what comes to our image is a book like this that you see on your screen now, Catch That Crocodile. It's a fabulous book in terms of you can immediately connect to the illustrations. The storyline is quite simple. It's about this fruit seller, Falguni, who is selling fruits, and as she walks along, she encounters a crocodile. And you see that the text in illustrations speak in a way that children can quickly enter the story, and what happens in the story is communicated through both the text and the illustration quite well. And you can see the size of the text that's quite large, that's also communicating movement and sound. And we think, wow, this is a fabulous book for children. And if you think about it, the story is, a lot of people are trying to catch the crocodile. Everyone's scared. Much happens, and then there's a doctor who also comes to catch the crocodile, and that doesn't happen. Eventually, you see that something happens, and I don't want to give away the ending of the story. I want you to read it to find out. But this is would be a typical type of book that we think is a good book for children, and it is indeed a good example of a good book where children can easily relate to the story and enter it. But now, if you look at it, is this the only type of story that we need to include in our book, in our collections for children? Because if you think about it, often the collections that we put together for children are based on our understanding and our imagination of what children's childhoods are, what children's book ought to be, what kind of stories they ought to contain, and what should they reflect as far as what we want to teach children. So often there is this motivation that we want children to learn something from the book, and that seems to be the primary concern driving what kind of books we want to put in our collection, in our libraries, in our classrooms. Now, if you think of, just if we pause for a second and say, okay, instead of thinking of it as from the perspective of an adult, if I were to look at it from the perspective of the child, who is the child who's coming to the classroom? Who is the child who's coming to the library? How are they navigating the world? What is that reflecting in the kind of books that we are putting? Do the books that we have in our collection actually reflecting a child's reality in some way, in the way they are and the way they are perceiving the world? How much of that goes into, including, selecting books for the collection? Take, for example, this book, Pishi and Me. Here you have a story of a child, which is imaged. The illustrations are from the child's perspective. You can look at the adult to the left over here, much bigger than the child, and the vision of sight that you are seeing, that the illustrator is drawing you into the book, is at the level of the child. Now, the child, as the child goes on a walk with the aunt, Pishi, encounters various creatures. And this is how the child, you can see the child's hand, guiding us through the images to show where the child is looking up and down and seeing various creatures as they encounter, picking up rocks of different kinds, walking through the roads and seeing that the trees are much above, the car is much above the child's line of sight. And then you have this, Aji, this seller of fruits and vegetables in the market, handing down a pod of beans to the child. Now, the reason I put this forward is for us to also remember that these are children who are navigating books, and for children to find a space in in how they view the world is as important as, us intending a certain outcome for children when they read books. At the same time, when we are thinking of children's reading, we often imagine a world where children, when we think of reading, we often imagine a world where children are reading print, right? But if you think about what a child does right from birth, is the child is actually reading the world, they're navigating the world and really getting a deep connect with what is happening around them. And in that, there are wonderful books like these wordless picture books that are there. This one, for example, published long ago by NBT, which really picturize how the child is actually, without any text, the child can perfectly and very simply relate to what is happening around the world. And this is actually what children do. They play around, they observe very carefully, and they often relate to you what is happening right around them. They're keen observers. So they are very much reading the world around them. So if you look at it from that perspective, shouldn't children's books also include books that are where children can see themselves doing what they do on a daily basis? And if we stop for a minute and say, okay, any child from given the fact that in our country, children come from very diverse reading abilities and backgrounds, shouldn't the collection also include books where children can enter the world of books without even having to struggle with print? You don't need it at the first level. So you should have some books in your collection which can tell the story without necessarily the child having to work with print. This is a wonderful example of that. So who are the children, again, if we kind of come back to the question, who are the children who we are kind of putting these collections for? And if we look at our country and take the story, for example, of Samir and where he comes from, you see that he is from Mumbai. And the speaker before me mentioned that they are from Mumbai. And, maybe from a very similar in a neighborhood as Samir. Many of us will recognize the city of Mumbai that Samir is from, with the trains and the sea and the famous landmarks that are there of Mumbai. And Mumbai is located in Maharashtra, and we get a sense of what else is there in Maharashtra. What is Maharashtra known for? Cotton, mangoes, sugarcane. And just like Samir, there are hundreds and thousands and millions of children from across the country, from different backgrounds, from different states, from different villages, cities, from the mountains, from the coasts, from the rural hinterland, from forest land, from deserts. Children from all backgrounds will be encountering books in collections from wherever they abide, in schools, in homes, in libraries. Now, are we putting together a collection that is allowing for all these children to find an entry point from where they are in their lives? Just like Samir is able to do that from, talking about, when Nina Sabnani and Deepa Valsavar collaborated on this book, you can see how wonderfully Samir's location is being portrayed here. And you can see how there are many, many children like Samir who will be coming and looking at books in your collection. So when you're putting together, just remember that you have the Samirs of the world whom you're thinking about when you're putting the collection. What about when you're talking of Samir? Samir is from Maharashtra, from Mumbai. So we know that he may be speaking Marathi, may be speaking Hindi, a particular type of Hindi which is unique to Bombay. But Samir could well be speaking another language. If he's from Karnataka, for example, like I am, he will be speaking Kannada. So does your collection have books in different languages, as much as it does of the kinds of stories that it includes? So, for example, this book is of a story of, I mean, the English translation is Where is the Sun? And in Kannada, Suryanelli. The story is from the Warli tribe, Warli community, the Warli Adivasi community in Gujarat. But I'm reading it in Kannada, in Karnataka. Now, the story is about the mother and the daughter who the daughter wakes up one morning and asks the mother, where is the sun? And they go looking for the sun, asking various community members, including the crab, the fox, the peacock, the monkey, the woman who's kind of throws out grain for the birds, and then finally they ask the fishermen. And whether they find the sun or not, I would urge you to read the book to discover that for yourself. But then, what a wonderful way of introducing the Warli imagination of community. For a child who's living in say Mandya or in Yadgir. So if you look at it, a child who is from the Warli community may look at this and say, wow, this is my story, or I know what this is, because the art form is something that is common in their landscape, in their homes. But then you have a child who's in Yadgir or in Mandya or in Mangalore who may also equally relate to it because the story is told in Kannada. And it's a story from elsewhere, but a very relatable story of community and of something that is very much a part of their lives as well. And how another community imagines what it means to be a community in life. So so you can see that there is so much that you can do when you're thinking of including books when it comes to the various angles that a book can capture when you choose it for your collection. Similarly, you have stories that are written by people from an Adivasi background themselves. Like this is from the Santal Adivasi community who live in Eastern India, and the author is from the Adivasi community themselves, and they run a publishing house in Calcutta, and this story is from their community in a way they want to tell it. So that's another way of also including voices that are owned by communities and from particular backgrounds. And we should think of it as adults there as deliberate acts of inclusion, that we are making sure that we have people from diverse backgrounds also telling their stories, and these stories reaching their children. We have stories from Manipur and stories from West Bengal. We have stories of boys and girls, and here you have two examples of stories which deliberately bring in a completely different angle in terms of in forwarding that, say for example, you can look at this image from the YY girl, and you would see that here is a girl who's asking a question about the world around her. So you have a girl who feels empowered to ask questions and is not just taking life as it comes by. So you have in books like these, you're seeing that in books like this, you are seeing that the girl child is represented in a manner that is that is independent, that a girl child can also, in who will be Ningto, a girl can also be a ruler. In Why Girl, there's a strong girl who can articulate their own voice. Now, for girls to see that is as important for, in a collection, as you say, okay, I show boys who are playful and who are, who can also be different from and be themselves. So for us, from that perspective, we want to allow children to be who they are when they look at books in the collection. Similarly, are we including stories from the margins, from different of issues which are actually not very easy to discuss in our lives that we encounter, but which is very much a part of children's reality. For example, we have these stories of Dr. Ambedkar and his childhood, and this story by Bama Pongal. And these are stories of caste and the challenges that people face as they navigate their lives in this country. Now, the fact is that often we shy away from talking about difficult topics like these, including topics on death, but these are part of children's lives. Sometimes it is also important for us to have books which just describe life as it is around us. But at the same time, we must remember that we are working with children. And we know that children are, children are naughty, children are playful, and I don't want to, a collection to be kind of heavy and be just shaped by concerns of diversity. We also want to have books where children just feel the joys and pleasures and the fun of childhood. Like you have this girl Maya who loves to scare everyone, and is quite clever when the mother kind of presents her a silver anklet and thinks that they have kind of stopped Maya from scaring people. But then Maya is one step ahead of the mother. So if you again want to know what happens with Mala silver anklets, I would urge you to read the book. But we also need to have books like these where children are just enjoy, looking at simple stories of childhood. At the same time, you have children relating to the world around them in so many ways. Here's an example of, a child who kind of wants a pet squirrel, and then over a period of time learns something about mother and how the mother squirrel kind of continues to relate to the child as, as much as he wants to keep the baby squirrel as a pet. Now that is something that is a very valuable thing about the world that the child learns. And this is a great example of how the child is navigating that entire process of learning about that. The child is also, children are also inhabit a world which is full of friends, and people their age mean something very important to them. So our books, including stories of friendship and stories of community and stories of reaching out to each other and stories of finding deep abiding relationships despite differences that may exist between the backgrounds that the children come from, as exemplified by this brilliant story Mukund and Riyaz by Nina Sabnani. But at the same time, the children are also living in a world which is quite complex, and there is much happening out there. There's a natural world that we all love to learn about, that children are very, very curious about. Are we including enough books in our collection that help children learn about the world, the diversity in the world, even if that diversity is not immediately accessible to them in their vicinity? For example, The Dance of the Flamingo is a lovely descriptive book about the flamingo, which is a bird that is found along the coast. And so if you go to places like Mumbai, and more so in Gujarat and in some other parts of the country along the coast, you'll see this bird. It's a beautiful pink-colored bird. But many children in the Himalayas, for example, may not have seen a flamingo ever in their lives. But that does not mean that we don't include books of the flamingo in a collection for a child who's studying in a school in Uttarakhand, for example. Because this is an opening to the world beyond where the child is, and it is a world of wonder and of awe. So what is the flamingo's life all about? Now, a child can find great joy in discovering that. And you can also include stories of people who are involved in studying this world. Like, say, for example, this book on the rock reader, which is the story of this woman, of this girl who kind of eventually becomes a geologist. You would never imagine. I mean, geology as a interesting profession or a background is something that we are not, all of us are not familiar with. So this book would do a great job of introducing geology, but also looking at what it means to study that, and of this individual story who goes and kind of learns to become a geologist. What does it involve, for that to happen? And it's a very, very different and interesting way of discovering the world, which many children may not have access to. But again, coming back to the Himalaya, the example that I gave you previously, just like a child in the Himalaya may not have access to a flamingo in real life, a child living in say Thoothukudi in the coast of Tamil Nadu may not have access to snow and mountains that are there in Himachal Pradesh or Uttarakhand and the Himalayas. Now, if you take this non-fiction book on the grass seeker, you can see how it kind of captures with images a wonderful glimpse of the story of the life in the mountains that opens up something new for the child in Thoothukudi.
Dr. Tejaswi,
yeah,
we have just near the time.
Yes, I'm nearly done. I have one more slide.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So we have not just stories and books of fiction, but also books of non-fiction, because as parents and teachers, we often think of books of non-fiction as the first go of introducing, okay, children need to have general knowledge and books of general knowledge. And that's the first thing we do in including, books in our collection. But as we can see here, we can have really good books of non-fiction, which introduce children to the world around them in an interesting and engaging way, and not simply through plain text and which perhaps they may not engage with much beyond a point. So this is not something that that is just something that I'm just sharing out of nowhere. I have been working with children and with books for many years now, but there's a lot of resources that are available currently for you to look up and for yourself and research, to how to put this diverse collection together. It will take time. It will take a lot of effort and energy and thinking on your part to do that. And here are some examples of resources, including a couple of resources of Parag, of Tata Trust, where they kind of include sets of diverse books. And you always get new books that are coming up that they support in bringing out every year. So you can come across those books there. And there's a collection of 100 diverse books that Bookworm Library Goa has put out. You can look that up as well. And I hope and wish you well in putting your collection of diverse books together for children. And thank you so very much for NCERT for this opportunity for me to share some thoughts on this matter with you.
Thank you, Dr. Tejaswi. We are again on time. So nice of the speakers that this vast experience and innovation that they are presenting. We are just finishing within the time. So Third speaker is also joined, Ms. Samina Mishra. So I invite Ms. Samina for the presentation. A very quick request to Professor Suniti, because as I will be popping out for the other session. So if one or two questions, if you are just seeing in the chat box, Dr. Suniti, kindly put to the speakers towards that.
Yes,
so
sir.
With these words, I request Ms. Samina for the presentation, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to NCERT and also to Tata Trust for enabling this, Parag. I'm quite delighted actually to share my work, and it's been so nice to listen to Teju's session, because there are so many wonderful books that he referred to which I have read and loved. So yeah, I think what I'm talking about is perhaps the next step after that. So shall I'll just keep calling out to change the slide. And will you do that? Yeah?
Yes, sure.
So we can go to the...
Sure.
Yeah, we can go to the next one. So I'm basically, I'm a practitioner. I'm a filmmaker and a writer. And my classroom practice actually is a kind of extension of that, So I have gone into the classroom because of the kind of work that I create in the field. And I work in sort of the formal classroom as well as in non-formal spaces. And my work focuses on really talking to children about their world. I thought I'd begin by just saying that what is the purpose of education for me, my understanding of that, because it's related to what I do, both in the classroom and outside. To me, the purpose of education is really to understand oneself and to understand the world that we inhabit. The world is very diverse, and there are actually many kinds of worlds, but we can begin by understanding our world and see how we interact with that, and what is the place for us in that world, and can we imagine that in a different way. To be able to do that, I think the use of the arts is actually an extremely valuable way of trying to build this purpose, because the arts, using arts in the learning process allows for all of this understanding of oneself, understanding of the world, and of the intersection between the two to happen in a very organic way. They sort of encourage the building of critical thinking skills, of working collaboratively, and of very strongly of, I think, empathy and intercultural understanding. This is something that I say quite often, that it is not necessary that everybody, that we engage with the arts with the purpose of becoming artists. It's not necessary that everybody becomes an artist. But I think there is value in considering what is the artistic approach and being able to look at the world through the eyes of an artist. So if you could go to the next slide. My work is about that, the artistic approach. And because I have been working also in the classroom and I work with children, I have thought a little bit about what is the teacher's role then in bringing the arts into the classroom. And again, I feel that the teacher also does not have to be an artist. It is not about skill, but rather about perspective, so the approach. So I think that if we come from the perspective that the teacher is an appreciator of the arts, is a rasik, then that allows an approach where the teacher can bring in artistic resources, bring in, create experiences that are around the arts that allow children to engage with a variety of arts. So the teacher can be a curator and share these experiences and share the pleasure of those experiences. And finally, I feel that it's really important for the teacher, not just the teacher, but of course for all of us, I think, to remain curious, and so therefore to be an explorer. The next slide, please. So my practice, as I said, is about engaging with children to understand their experience of childhood. There is no one childhood. And because of that, I think it's really important that we create space where children's voices can be heard, where they can speak for themselves rather than grown-ups speaking on their behalf. and where we can speak together. I feel this is really important because it is in this way that we can understand, the multiplicity of and the diversity that Teju was talking about of human experience. And we see this in the classic phrase of window and mirror, where experiences can resonate, and they can also be something new which can generate a dialogue and open up new ideas and new words. And the way that I like to work with these ideas is to focus on the everyday, because I feel that the everyday really is a kind of manifestation of that complexity of the world that we inhabit, So my focus is on trying to represent the plurality of the everyday in a kind of layered way, so that this resonance and dialogue can happen. Next slide, please. So I thought I will share with you some of the projects that I've worked on and share the kind of process that I do so that, we can talk more about that, and there might be some kind of tangible takeaways from this. So this is a book that I did, which actually emerged out of workshops with children. It was a workshop with a group of children from the two Jamia schools. And I did this after the Batla House encounter had taken place, where because, there was a certain way in which the media was representing this space. And I thought, what is it like to be a child in that space? And suddenly have that space become, so present in the media, with everybody talking about it and also talking about it in a certain way. So what were the everyday experiences of those children? Now, in that workshop, if you go to the next slide, what we did was we focused on the everyday questions. We didn't focus on the encounter. You can go to the next slide, please. We did not focus on the encounter, but it was by focusing on the everyday, on everyday prompts, that we were able to actually get a sense of what that encounter meant for these children, because it came into the process organically. It wasn't like, we spoke to them about it in a very concrete way. We spoke to them instead about things like, what do they like to wear? How do they go to school? What do they like to eat? What are the games that they play? And through that, in that everyday experience, the business of sort of what it means to be a child in that neighborhood, and because there was this whole context of, how Muslims were being represented, that came through because they were all Muslim children. So now this little excerpt that I've put for you here, I don't know if you can read the text, but it is on the prompt of freedom. And I asked the children to write single line sentences of the idea of freedom and what it means to them, focusing on their everyday. So not these big abstract kind of understandings which, are given to children very often through textbooks or in classroom interactions, but really for them to think about in their own life, in their everyday, Rozmarra ki zindagi mein, how do they understand freedom? And as you can see, the children wrote a variety of different things from, freedom from sort of, can you all read the text? I'm not sure if you can.
No, we can't.
Yeah, so let me just read that out for you. So once they wrote the sentences, then we put it together as a kind of collective poem. So this is how it goes. Freedom. I want freedom from school books, says Mohammad Haris. I want freedom from green vegetables, says Amna. I want freedom from history class, says Tabish. Freedom. To walk around the neighborhood like I do on Eid, says Numa. To ask questions like I do in science class, says Simi. Freedom. To fly like a kite in the sky, says Shabana. A kite in the wind, says Anam. Freedom. So as you can see, what this does is it allows us to actually unpack a hell of a lot of ideas. There is this idea of, classroom experience. There is the idea of who has power in the home. There is the idea of where you are able to speak freely. Who has the right to speak? There's the idea of who has the right to walk around outside, the idea of public space and private space, and gender, bringing constraints into that experience of the public space. And then there is the inner world of the child, which transcends many different childhoods, where you will find so many children responding to freedom in the image of the kite flying in the wind. And so you understand that it is possible across differences to actually have commonalities as well. So then this book, once the book came out, I did workshops with it, I did sessions with it, and then I used this as a resource. And I thought I will share with you, if you go to the next slide. This is, it was a very short workshop, but we used this in the workshop. And this is a collective poem made by the group of children responding to the book and to the work of the children in the book. And this is another collective poem on freedom. Freedom is a road that we built because it makes a way into the world. Freedom is cycling on a breezy day because the wind blows my worries away. Freedom is stars glowing in the sky because they make different shapes. Freedom is a book because reading it takes me into the story. Freedom is a painting I made because I did it my way. Freedom is the night sky because the stars twinkle into my heart. Freedom is heaven without end because heaven is full of good things. Now, this is an extremely, extremely philosophical poem in my mind, and it tells us how this idea of children being unformed individuals is completely false, because children have the ability to respond to their experiences and speak in as deep or as shallow a way as any adult would. And that, I think, is really the power of the arts, that if we are able to just engage with them in a slightly focused way, we are able to not just learn from them, but also help them to tap into what is really inside of them, and build those resources. You could go to the next slide. This is another poetry prompt that I use. This is, there's a poem by a young Black American poet called Kelly Norman Ellis. And she's written this poem called Raised by Women, in which she talks about, do you mind if I share the slide myself? Because I think you have an older version for some reason. Would it be possible for me to share screen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
We can stop sharing and you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to just do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So if you see this poem, it's called Raised by Women. And it talks about, it's very specific to her context. She's a kind of what they call the Afro-Asian poet. So she's in Black American in the Appalachian region. A lot of them have been sort of miners and working in that kind of area. And so the poetry that has come out of there really speaks to that context. Yeah. Now this particular poem, so what I did was, there is also a recording of the poet reading this out. And we shared that, and then after that we did a discussion on that, right? And we talked about the focus on women, how in each stanza if you read the poem, you'll see that, how in each stanza there's a certain idea that, a theme that groups these sentences together. And then there's a focus on the last line of the stanza, which is a kind of synonym for the idea of a type of woman, right? And it's a very rhythmic poem. So then I use this as a prompt, and then I say, let's think of our own context and let's choose a phrase that we want to use, right? So then they chose phrases, and then we make lists. We make lists of what are the things that we feel we have been raised by. Family members, teachers, neighbors, influences, media, films, books. We make lists of phrases of dialogue, because that brings in the texture of our context. So you may be writing in English, but the English that we speak in India comes from our context, and there are ways in which we bring in phrases from our home languages, our other tongues that we've grown up speaking, while we speak English as well. And so we brought in little phrases of dialogue.
So Samina ji, could you please put it in a slideshow mode, because it is getting difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we made lists of food and clothes and activities and things like that have been important in our growing up. Yeah, and then after that, the participants all write their version of it. And if you read the original, you'll see how specific it is to that context. And then if you read their poems, you'll see how actually we are able to use that prompt and transcend context. Yeah. So this is one small, I'll share just one poem. There are many more. So this one was about, I was raised by magic, from the Harry Potter books, by my several tennis rackets, by my yellow-colored school bus and my silly BFF. I was raised by chole bhature and the piping hot kulchas from Sarojini Nagar market, and by my mom's chilling mango milkshakes on hot summer afternoons after school. I was raised by the many weekend trips we made to the mall as a family, by the tiring early morning tennis classes and that late night game of Monopoly, and also by my many fun trips to Fun City and those long drives between Bangalore and Chennai. I was raised by everything around me, and I'm glad of it. Now, it's like the first draft, because when you work in a workshop context, sometimes we don't have enough time. But this, as a first draft, allows us in the classroom, if you were to do it, that you can go back and keep editing and rewriting and honing it, working with the words, working with the rhythm, and making the poem sharper and much more effective. But even within this first draft, there's the idea of the value of your experience, the value of your context and how it has shaped you, that this exercise enables that understanding. It enables it for the person who's writing it, but also it enables it for us because we see a diversity of those contexts. And so we understand how childhood is not one, but actually multiple. I also very often, because I work with film, I also use film very often as a prompt. So this is a kind to be able to understand how film is also text. It's not simply film, but it is also a text that can be analyzed in the same way that we analyze poetry or prose. So this is, again, a short film called The Scared is Scared. And I used that in the workshop. And then I paired them up and I asked them to talk about their fears and to just list those fears and then to find metaphors for those fears. Yeah, so like anything. It could be a cloud, somebody talked about a dog, somebody talked about shadows, different things. And after that, so the importance of scaffolding the activity is also there, because you need to break the exercise down in a way that enables them to reach a kind of, at least the first draft of a product. I don't see this as like a finished product. And in fact, I think the emphasis should be on process rather than product, because if we are able to have a really strong process, we will get product, yeah? But it is not a kind of finished product. But in the scaffolding, after the listing of the fears, then I ask them to think about verbs and actions that, could be connected to those fears. And we did that in a kind of collective way, and because this was being done online, we did it on an Excel sheet. And then after that, I said, here's the kind of data, here's the material that you can use, pick and choose. Maybe you'll also add to it and, think of new things. And then just write a 3 to 5 line poem, which is talking about some fear that you want to write about. And this is one of the poems that we got. We got some really nice ones. And this is the poem that we got. My love for the moon, always there. We share the same fear, always there. The fear of being alone. Billions of stars around, still no one to talk to. Imperfections, scars, but still not losing hope. Shining brightly, just imperfectly beautiful. So this idea of imperfection and her fear of imperfection came through in this kind of way, and the moon and the stars became the kind of metaphor that she worked with. I thought I'll very quickly just talk to you about 2 of my recent books that came out last year and that have been also shared. I've done 1 or 2 sessions with the books myself, but Jamlo Walks has been used extensively by many library educators, and Bookworm Goa did a wonderful sort of exercise, a very deep, meaningful exercise where they worked with the book over a period of time, and then there was a sharing of how different groups had used it. Jamlo Walks is about the lockdown, the first lockdown when the migrants were walking home. And it's a story of a young girl, perhaps some of you had read that in the news report, Jamlo Maktam, who walked for 3 days but was unable. She had been working in the chili fields in Telangana, and once the lockdown was announced, she started walking home to Chhattisgarh, but she couldn't make it. She died just before reaching home. So the book is about that journey as imagined by me, because I, of course, was not in the field. I was also in lockdown, and I wrote the story just as a response to what was going on. So Jamlo's experience, as well as the experience of other different children, for whom also the lockdown in different ways was difficult and sometimes traumatic. So it was used by many different educators, and I thought I'll share with you. This is Joanne Saldana, who is a library educator, and she did a kind of extensive, sort of over, 4 weeks or something, she did this project with the group of children that she works with. What I wanted to share is that how important it is for the teacher or the facilitator to focus on how to generate the discussion and the conversations, so that there is thinking required to plan that. It cannot be done in a very, point by point form. You have to allow for a certain flexible dynamism to that interaction, but you do have to think of the big ideas that you are hoping that the discussion will generate. These are some of the responses that she shared with me, which she wrote about it and she shared. And in the conversations, they talked about many different things, including child labor, the fact that the lockdown was something that they thought is, because it was a completely unprecedented thing. So many of them thought that it's not really there, and what I'm experiencing is not something that somebody else is experiencing. But through the book, they were able to see how that connected them. And as that last sentence, last response says, I've never thought about this before, but now I'm thinking that we all have a connection, don't we? Everyone has something in common with others, even if they are not like us. What it shows us is that the possibility of taking a book as a resource, but actually unpacking it in different ways to be able to allow children to share, to allow children to talk about, their experiences and find commonalities, and also the celebration of differences. So this was my other book that came out last year, Nida Finds a Way, and it's just about a little girl who is exploring the world around her, and she has a very overprotective father. So Nida wants to stick her feet into the puddle, but he thinks it's dirty. Nida wants to climb a tree, but he thinks it's dangerous. Nida wants to learn how to ride a cycle, but he thinks, the traffic is really too much for her to learn in, all of that kind of thing. And then suddenly in her neighborhood, she lives in a part of Delhi where the anti-CA, NRC protests start to happen, and she sees all this activity around her, and so she's curious also about that. And the book includes that. So when I used this in my session at Buckaroo, we talked about this idea of protest. And, the first initial response, of course, was that, protest is wrong, right? But then when we unpacked it a little bit, and we talked about what it meant to protest when we were still not free before 1947. Suddenly something shifted. We talked about women protesting to be able to for equal rights. As a child. So you can see in these, there are some reflections that came through. I support women's right to protest. So another child talked about the Chipko movement. I support the Chipko movement because the people who hugged the trees prevented them from being cut down. One child even said that I would like to protest against online school because I really want to go back to school. So it again allows because the idea of protest is also, it's a complicated idea. You cannot just say that it is right or wrong, right? It is a kind of case by case thing. And so it allowed us to be able to unpack that, for children to examine their lives, for children to examine where their initial response came from, and then perhaps build a deeper understanding, to be able to maybe listen to what their neighbor said and think, oh, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of the Chipko movement. And that too was protest. So maybe we need to be able to allow people to speak. Yeah. So I'm going to stop. I just wanted to share some resources. This is the Magic Key Center that I run, which is like a virtual resource center. And we share kind of like work by children. We share a lot around children's voices. And the idea is to be able to push the discourse around the arts and education and the agency of children. And of course, Parag's 2 links are there, which you'll find several resources on, which will be helpful on YouTube as well as their website. So I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'd be very happy to talk in reference to questions that you may have.
So thank you, Samina. I have two questions and either of you can answer that. Similar kind of questions. Can you please throw light on the promotion of spontaneous reading habits of children to make their education sustainable? And another question is, can you please present some strategies by which children from interior pockets of the country can have access to easy reading practices without constraints? So similar kind of questions. So you or Tejasvi, either of you could answer that.
I think, Teju, perhaps this is more up your field.
No, that's all right. That's all right, Samina. Please go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, I mean, if you look at, since you're talking of reading practice, right? Part of it is looking at what is available in as far as the collection goes, but it doesn't stop at that, right? You have to look at, again, when you say from what background. So understanding the background is very important to say what you're putting across. And I don't know if there is one particular set of criteria that we can generalize and say, okay, this is what you can do as far as the collection is concerned. You have to understand your child's background and your particular community when you're putting the collection together. But as far as the reading practices is concerned, just inviting children, like Samina demonstrated in those wonderful examples, just inviting children to share, to respond to whatever book you're opening up with them, whatever story that you're sharing with them. I think that opportunity to speak, the opportunity to respond is very important. And I think that doesn't require a particular background that the child has to be from for that to be enabled in a learning space, whatever that learning space you're in. So even some paper and some coloring material would be wonderful for you to kind of, if you are able to provide that. And even if you don't have access to paper, you have mud and sand everywhere. Children will be able to explore and express there. So I feel, experiment and explore with what you have and give the child the opportunity and the voice to express.
I would just like to add to that to say that, I think the first thing to do is to give the child the right to choose, whether it is books or whether it is other material, other things, other objects. Like I said, I use film because I see film also as text. So there are other things, people, engaging even with people. As we know, there is now this whole idea of the human library. So I think that giving the children the right to choose what it is that they want to engage with is the first thing. And I think along with that is actually our approach, that we need to be actually really interested in talking to the child. It's not like we have to not come from a perspective where we are like, okay, we need to instill something in the child. We need to, put the child is the empty vessel and we are putting ideas in the child. No, we have to actually be interested, and we should not see the child here and we are here. We should be here. It should be a dialogue. And I think that is the most critical thing in being able to, because it has to be about a kind of sharing of something that you love. So like you should be excited about it. Like, I want to show you something and I really respond to it. And then let the child respond. And you may find, like I find with Jamlo, many responses have been that, like it's in a picture book format. And, in India, abroad, of course, there are picture books for different age levels. But here we think of picture books as for really young children. And actually, Jamlo Walks talks about a very difficult circumstance. And so sometimes people have said that, is this really okay to use with young children? So my response is really that I think we should let the children make that choice. And it's possible that some children will not read that story. They'll begin to read it and they'll reject it. I think it's okay. Maybe they'll come back to it later. Maybe they'll only read a small part of it and we talk to them about that. And then we ask them maybe why they don't want to read the rest of it. It's okay. Not every child has to like every story that we like, So I think that to me, more than, specific tactical strategies, the conceptual strategies, I think, are the things to focus on.
Thank you. So Professor Srivastav, are you there? So I think I will take this opportunity to thank both the speakers for very interesting session. Professor Srivastav had to go for a meeting and I think he has gone. So with these three very interesting sessions, we come to the end of the today's webinar. So just to sum up, we had one inaugural session in which Secretary Madam gave some very important points about reading, as to why comprehension is central to reading, how the child's language is important, how different variety of books can be used, and how convergence and digital resources need to be used. Then Shri Manish Garg talked about the genesis of this 100 Days Reading campaign and these webinar, and urged the states to take up the similar kind of initiatives. And then we had three presentations where Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, and Chhattisgarh representatives shared their experiences on a reading campaign and all kinds of things that they are undertaking to promote reading in the communities and in schools. And then we had three technical sessions. So technical session 1 was based on the researches. So the first session was taken by Ms. Pooja Nakamura, who was from American Institute for Research, and she highlighted the global perspectives, the global information from the researchers, and especially in the multilingual countries, and how we have to look at English and Indian languages differently. And then we had Ms. Kirti Jairam, who talked about reading intervention research to practice, and she spoke about the One Samuha approach and all the way they are doing and how children are learning to read. And the second technical session was on read aloud as a strategy, instructional strategy, and developing a culture of reading, in which Mr. Sakti Brata Sen highlighted the different pedagogies which are being used, like read aloud, shared reading, and also he also talked about different kinds of books. And then we have Ms. Uma Mahadevan, who gave good insights about the rural library program in Karnataka, and I think the kinds of initiatives that Karnataka has taken for promotion of rural library program. I think every state needs to do that. And then in technical session 3, we had early identification of children with reading difficulties, which was taken by Dr. Varsha Gatu. And she is an inclusive educational consultant, and she spoke about how we have to diagnose the disability, difficulty early, so that it doesn't really turn into a disability. And we had some very interesting books shown by Dr. Tejaswi Shivanand on curating diverse book collection for children, which gave a lot of perspectives, stories from the children's viewpoint, then fictions as well as factual stories, and a variety of very interesting storybooks shown by him. and then Ms. Samina Mishra, who spoke about using art as a catalyst for reading and engaging, and why a dialogue, and why it is so very important for us to know how children are feeling rather than always imposing ourselves on that. So with that concluding marks, I think I really need to thank everybody who made this very interesting seminar with their enriching presentations. So I thank Madam Anita Karwal, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, for her time. I thank Director NCERT, Professor D.P. Saklani, for guiding this entire webinar and for his welcome address. I thank the chairs, Mr. Manish Garg, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Professor Sridhar Srivastav, Joint Director, NCERT, and Ms. Rashi Sharma, Director, Ministry of Education, for chairing the sessions. I thank all the speakers for very enriching and informative sessions. I thank Joint Director, CIT, Professor Amrendra Behra, for all this technology, and the technical team of CIT for their efforts. I would like to thank Ms. Sunisha Ahuja, Education Specialist, UNICEF, and Ms. Bobby Obrol of Tata Trust for helping me find very good panelists for this webinar. So thank you, Sunisha and Bobby. And I thank all the speakers. I thank all the people who have been with us right through right from the beginning of this seminar. And I hope all of us together actually develop a culture of reading and help children get into the world of books and reading. So thank you, one and all. Thank you so much. So with this, I think we come to the end of this webinar. Thank you.